Hello everyone, and welcome to another Mac84 live stream. I'm Steve. Welcome to the show, and I got my windows all screwed up, so we're off to a good start here. Let's put everything back where it's supposed to go. Is this thing going to work? Who knows? the more of you who send me positive thoughts, the better the chances. Let me pop out the chat here so I can actually see everybody. There we go. All right, cool. How's everybody going today? How you doing? It's a Wednesday. I thought it was Tuesday, so I guess Wednesday is a little bit better. All right, and let's make sure our microscope is, there we go. All right, so just a little bit of an introduction to what we're doing here today. And Windows, no. The graphical Windows, not the Windows operating system. Last time I tried to stream on that, it was a very bad idea. So anyway, today we're going to be looking at one of the vintage Macs I have. I'm doing well. How's everyone else doing? And this is a Macintosh 2SI. I'm sorry, 2CI. I'm going to be mixing that up throughout the show. Hello from New Jersey. All right, so yeah, we got this, and I think I streamed this once before. I'm getting deja vu. I have a few of these boards that look very similar to this. I've definitely streamed the Macintosh 2CX I was playing around with. I definitely recapped this because it has new tantalum capacitors on it. But this guy here does not want to work. No light, no chime, no nothing. And so there's likely an issue somewhere here. Hello, Bruce. And yeah, so we're going to try and figure out what the heck is going on here. I was starting to take off chips. I already took off this nasty looking chip that was sitting next to the Nuba slots there. So I figured, why not just stream the darn thing? Because, yeah, that's what I do. And hopefully we'll get some change, some positive change from this thing. And that'll be that. But let me know if the video is good. Let me know if the audio is good. Am I too soft? Am I too loud? Adjust your volume accordingly. But I think at least, if I adjust my microphone here, that should be a little bit better. I was doing some voiceover work with this microphone, so I did just raise the gain a little bit there. So hopefully that is a little bit louder. I was working on my Macintosh clone video where I had to do some adjustments to the voiceovers. So that video is not dead, it just takes a while. So, okay, so the audio is now peaking a little bit higher on my side, so that should be alright. Hello, Sean. Welcome to the channel, to the stream. Welcome, whatever, welcome. Thank you for stopping by, Sean. I have to thank you, by the way. I think I must have gotten around 400 or so subscribers from the little plugs that you gave during your video, which is excellent, by the way. If none of you have subscribed to Action Retro, Sean, who I'm referring to in the chat, make sure you do so. He has an excellent channel. He's been doing some really cool videos as of late, and he gave me a big old plug for fixing his Macintosh SE30. So go check his channel out. He has more subscribers than I have. Or I'll probably ever have, but he did give me a nice boost there. So I'm finally over that 3,000, which means I've been waiting for this. It means that this banner behind me that says 1,000, I think we have to print out a new one today. So, you know, if I get bored or if I want to throw this thing across the room, we'll just print out a new banner that you can't really see because this monitor's in the way, but the banner says 1,000, and when I hit 1,000 subscribers, I printed that out. So we're up to like 3,300 or something right now, or almost that. So might as well print out another one. So, yes. Hello, David. And Sean says he comes with the curse of subscribers. You know, that could be a curse, I guess, depending on how you look at it. All right. So, what else? Well, before we dive into this board, I do have a few other things to look at. I hit 3,000. 1,000. When did I hit 1,000? December. I want to say December. Something like that. Maybe just a bit before December. Anyway, there's a few things I want to talk about, and I'm not going to be... Maybe I'll be working with it today, who knows. But there's a few things that I want to discuss. One is, if you saw my post on Instagram or Twitter, I did get an ImageWriter LQ printer. I've been after one for a long time, and I was able to secure one, and I have to thank Scott, who was watching on the Mac show, who tipped me off to it. So I was able to secure that. Thing's a beast. It's huge, and it's taking up this whole table over. I keep pointing to it. Maybe I should just point the camera to it. There we go. It's taking up this whole table there. Oh, that's the mess under the table. It's taking up this whole table there. As you can see, there's crap piled everywhere. But yeah, that printer is pretty wide, and next to it is a Macintosh SE that also came with it, which does work. The hard drive actually spun up for a little bit, so. But yeah, there's junk all on top of the printer, but it is ginormous. It is in beautiful condition. Don't worry, the stuff on there was all soft in nature. And it came with a bunch of documentation and goodies. So that is something that I'll probably be doing a video on. My hope is to have another video, a scripted video, vlog video type thing, be out by Friday. I haven't started shooting it yet, so we'll see. We'll see if that actually happens. But there's a few other things that we could do a video on. The other thing I'll tease is I got a package here. And this package has a goodie I got off eBay. Now, normally it's probably something I wouldn't have picked up at this price, but I was a little late to the party getting one of these things, and I kind of regretted it. So when I saw this come up, I said, you know what? This is what I have the YouTube Super Chats for. This is what I have the monetization for. This is what I have the Patreon for. Let me dip into that a little bit and get something. So it was... I'm not saying it was hundreds of dollars. It was, I think, barely over with tax and shipping and everything. Maybe it was $100. Wasn't too much. But this is something that I have a weird connection with, and I'll explain. But let me open this up first before we get to the Mac. Before we get under the microscope, because I know we'll be under that for a while. So let's get this sorted first. I haven't opened this. I just opened the box. I didn't take a look at anything else here, so you're opening this with me. As I do this off camera, I realize. But hope everyone's doing good today. We're halfway through the week, everybody. Halfway through. All 15 of you. Alright, so let me open this here. Okay. So this is a Macintosh SE compatible card. Bruce. This is a Macintosh SE compatible card. Okay. Just let that sink in for a minute. And there's something that goes with this. And there are packing peanuts everywhere. Oh boy. Now this will be cool to do. Oh, this thing is heavier than I thought. This thing I think will be really cool to do a video about, because I didn't hear of this thing until recently. I've seen it before, but it's one of those things that you see like a picture of, and they don't really put two and two together. Bruce is right. This is a 5 1/4 inch floppy drive. But this isn't for an Apple II, not where you would normally find a 5 1/4 floppy drive. And I apologize for the crinkles here. Let me get this out of the bubble wrap here, and the noise will be reduced. Okay, one more layer of bubble wrap. This thing is in good condition too. Look at that. And it has a slightly different design of the Apple II floppy drive. So it is a bit easy to spot if you see a photo of it. And I'm gonna tell you what the targeted application of this was. And it's pretty apparent. If I could, well, I'll say one thing: they did pack this well. All right. Yes. All right, here it is. This is an Apple 5 1/4 PC drive. And look at that connector. That's not SCSI. That's more pins than SCSI has. Just look at that. That's ginormous. Yeah, this is an Apple 5¼ inch PC drive, or Apple PC 5¼ inch drive, as the label says on the bottom. And so this thing was designed to read PC drives, PC disks rather, so DOS formatted disks, etc. And it just didn't plug into the Macintosh's normal port. In fact, this isn't closing. I guess maybe I have to put a disk in there first. But this needed a special card to drive it, and that's where this thing comes into play. And there's a ribbon cable that does attach to this as well. And so, if you look at this card, you're saying, well, how does it plug into the computer? Well, the connector is here, and in this case, this is a PDS connector meant for a Macintosh SE, and meant for a Macintosh SE only, or I guess if something else happened to share the PDS connector. But yeah, the thing is, this'll go down like this, flush against. Actually have a Macintosh SE board right here. So here's a Macintosh SE board, and the card will sit right there. It's probably the first time this card has been on an SE board in ages. And look at that, it just neatly goes across. You have these little plastic pegs that rest on here, and there are actually holes that those pegs could go into. So look at that, very cleverly designed. And so this card, yes, Bruce, I know you want one. This card rests perfectly on here as it's designed to. And yeah, maybe if I get bored with this, we could play around with this. There's some software I need for this, I'm sure. I do need to pull apart a Macintosh SE to put this inside. But I thought this was really cool. Now, there is one more component to this. I said there is a ribbon cable. And let me undo this here. Carefully take this out of the PDS slot. Okay. Yes, PC compatible as far as all you're talking about is discs. Alright, and then we have this header cable. Now, this is a special cable that plugs into this card. And we'll plug that in like that. Okay. And then this bracket would sit out, you know, you have that opening on your Macintosh SE. Well, this will screw in to that bracket there, and this port will stick out, you know, of that card area on your Macintosh SE. So you could plug this in. You know, I mean, you could have this sitting out the back, and it's pretty funky looking, so it's cool to have that. And of course, the floppy drive cable from that special drive with that special interface plugs into this card. So yeah, this is quite the obscure thing, and this is exactly what I love. This is exactly why I do this channel, because this makes me happy. This weird stuff, like, I mean, come on, what's not to love here? Now, what is interesting is I learned about this a few weeks ago, and when Mike was over, when we were doing our live stream, I talked to him, and we looked at photos of this drive, and this connector looks identical to the board that is on my IBM PS2, which has an external floppy connector for a 5¼ drive. It would not surprise me at all if the internals of this drive are like a standard PC drive, just in a slick Apple case, because Apple was notorious for just using other parts and putting them in a case, whether it be printers or whatever. And you know, this is the special circuit board from 1987, has a part number of 820-0214A, and it's called the Macintosh SE Bus PC drive card. And so yeah, I could totally imagine them being compatible, but I would not willy-nilly just plug this in. I want to look at the pinout, maybe see if the IBM is compatible with a drive like this. I don't want to break my new Apple drive. Yeah. So yeah, it's not a parallel board. This has many more pins than a 25-pin Centronics connection. Just to do a comparison here, here's a standard 25-pin SCSI port, a DB25 port, which looks very much like a parallel, you know, the same type of connector. And you can see the top is this compatible floppy drive connector, much larger, much more pins. So that is something really cool I will be playing around with. I'm going to put this back in the box so I don't break it. But you know what's funny is a few months ago, I got a box, just a box, of a Macintosh video card for a Macintosh 2 series video card. Just the box of it. And I paid a little more than I wanted to for the box, but I thought the box was cool. And inside was this, a little rainbow ribbon cable. Now, doesn't that look familiar? It turns out this is the exact same thing with the plastic standoffs, a whole set of those for the Macintosh SE bus PC drive card. So it's just so weird that something so obscure like this would have already been in my collection through a completely other mean. I just didn't have the card. I just had this adapter thing. So that might come in handy, especially because my goal here is they made another card that also let this drive plug into a Macintosh 2. Now that card is different. The Macintosh card I have is for the SE. But this connector is removable. So if I ever find that Macintosh 2 card, assuming they use the same connector, which I hope they do, which it looks like they do from photos I've seen online, I already have a connector, which is good because this is quite an oddball thing. So I have some saved searches in places to look for a card that is compatible with this drive for a Macintosh 2. That would be a NuBus card, not a PDS card. But this thing is in absolutely beautiful condition. It is really something neat. And you have that card too. Very cool. Does your card have the header? Or maybe that's why you were saying gimme. But I did see somebody that said they had the card, they had no use for it. And I tried to message them, but they didn't respond back. So if you have the card that goes for the Macintosh 2, and you don't want it anymore, let me know. Okay, you have both cards. Very cool. I have not played around with it. I think you need some software that I saw online. But I know next to nothing about it, so I'm going to be doing some research. Not the header for the SE. Well, is the header for the... oh, that's right. That's right. You wouldn't need a header for the Macintosh 2 card because it would have the port built in. Do you have the drive for it then? I can pin out that header. It looks like a fairly standard adapter, and there's a bunch of wires that just don't go anywhere. So I would be sure to pin out that connector for you and put it on my blog. Free to read. It's at Mac84.net. If that would help you, sir, I'd be happy to do that. But oh, you have the drive too. Very cool. Well, we are twins in that respect. Yeah, a pinout would be great. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's anything fancy. Just a bunch of cables, no resistors or anything like that. If you want to email me just to save me some trouble, Mac84tv@gmail.com. Just say, hey, we talked about the pinout. I'll email it to you as soon as I get it done. That way, I don't forget about it as well. Josh's computer went boom. Ugh. That's not good. All right, so let's get to the main event here. I've been rambling on too long here. But we're going to be taking a look at our Macintosh 2 Ci. And let me just move this little power button over here so I don't lose that. And we'll move the keyboard over here. You go get a vintage Mac. Do it. Now, I am working on a video that is basically a... That is basically a, hey, I'm getting into vintage Macs FAQ type thing. You know, what to look out for, what to be aware of, etc. That will be coming out hopefully sometime in the not too distant future. So I will be doing that. Yeah, I assume the drive software is not too intuitive, but that's half the fun in this stuff too. But yeah, I will be doing a video about the basics of getting into old Macs, what to be aware of, software-wise, hardware-wise, stuff like that. You know, I consider if it's over 7 years, which is Apple's consideration of vintage, I say, you know, it is old. I don't know if I would say it's vintage. I would say it's old. Maybe it's obsolete. But vintage, I don't know. I consider anything PowerPC vintage. Maybe the 2006 Intel stuff I would say vintage, but 2009 with a Core 2 Duo, just my personal thing, that it just sounds too new to me. It just I could remember my dad buying one, so it's a little from 2007, so it's a little I don't know, it's a little different for me, but that's just me. All right, so we switched on to the board view here as my trackpad got nudged, so that wasn't a clean transition. I gotta sharpen you guys up here, put you guys in focus, all this good stuff. All right, there we go. Nope, that's not it. Okay, so this is a Macintosh 2 Ci board that I have done work on. You could see this lovely attempt here at a repair, but let's not look at that right now. What I was working on before I started this stream was removing this chip here and cleaning up all the solder here that made this look disgusting. And so I've started cleaning that up before I started the stream here, so that's all nice and shiny. It was disgusting before. And it looks much better now. The iPhone 12 is already out, that's right. Looks nice. I'm kind of in the market for a phone, but I'm kind of not. I'm at that point where I've wanted an iPad for a while. I've had a 2009 and a 2013, which are so ancient I can't really do anything with them. They're more like museum pieces now. I would love an iPad with pencil support. So the iPad Air, I think, is what I'm going to settle on. And I just like the green color too. But I can't really afford to get that and a phone. So I'm planning my decision carefully. I really want a better phone. Mine's an 8. There's nothing really wrong with it except that it keeps freezing and acting funny. And I think I'm just done with it. Where did I put my Q-tips? But anyway, that's just me rambling. I was watching something today, which sort of reminded me of myself in a weird not to get philosophical or too inflated with my ego, but long story short, when I was I guess it'll be long anyway. When I was a kid, my mom gave me a magazine. I think she got it for free at work. It was one of the publications that they did, and it showed a guy with the name of Ben Heck, who you guys probably know, who basically got, it was either an Atari, I think it was an Atari at first, yeah, it was an Atari in a handheld form factor, so he hacked away an Atari logic board, he did a lot of custom circuitry and crammed it in to a little portable thing, so this normal, huge, console Atari was shrunken down to a handheld. And this was probably 2000, 2001, something like that, maybe late 90s. And, of course, after reading that article, the next day, or that day, I went to an old NES that we had, and I stripped the cable off of the power brick, and I put tape, like Scotch tape or duct tape, on this little portable TV I had that was chunky. It was an LCD, but it was chunky. And I basically taped it to the front of our NES, and I thought, I can make a portable Nintendo, because I was inspired by this guy. And it was probably the summer, I had nothing better to do. And, yeah, that really didn't work because I didn't understand that I needed the right amperage to run that system off of some batteries. But it sort of, inspired a lot of me tinkering around and stuff like that. But circling back to the point I was making, he does live stream videos, and he was doing a few recently that he actually fixed up one of those old Ataris that he played around with and made in the early 2000s. And it's just funny to watch him because it's kind of like what I sort of imagine what watching me is kind of. I mean, not nearly as skilled electronically and engineering and smart and all that stuff, but it's like he'll just like be randomly talking about like movie quotes and stuff, and then just like while he's tinkering around with something. I don't know. I find that quite funny. So if you're into that, subscribe to him. I am still looking for my Q-tips. The heck they go. But yeah, that was a long story short. Kind of. Like I tried to make it short. I just ramble on, and no one's saying anything in the chat. So either YouTube's broken or everybody left. All right, so let's get back to looking at this board. See, I'm just going nutty. So what I want to do here is clean up a lot of the solder that's here, and I have to find the wick that I had. Here it is. And I'm gonna turn this little fan on. Hopefully the good. It's broken. Okay. Yeah, YouTube's been acting weird. It says I have 0 views right now, but then that'll refresh in like an hour and it'll say there's 20. But no, it's alright. You guys can be AFK. That's cool. Whatever. I turn a lot of streams on while I'm having lunch or just in the background or like that. So hello. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is first off I'm going to adjust the focus a bit. 22. We are Ghost. And I'm just gonna get some of this this old solder off of here, and I'm gonna trim. Where's that tool? Where's my cutters? I'm losing everything today. I'm gonna trim just the excess of this solder wick here, because if you have that and it's too long, it could easily stick to a pad while you're doing this, and it could just rip it off. So not good. Not a good thing. You just want to be extra careful with this. I'm just very carefully doing this, very quick movements. And the reason I took this chip off is there was a lot of brown, and oh, there it is. See, it got stuck. See, I'm not moving as quick as I should. But as soon as it got stuck, I left it alone. I did not tug on it, because that's how you rip a pad off. This chip got stuck. Well, not see, now I'm saying stuck. This chip was dirty, very grimy. And I said, you know what? If this machine's not turning on, I'm going to take out and inspect most of the chips here that I suspect could be a problem. Now, I didn't even look up to see what this chip did. I just said, you know what? That looks pretty yucky. I'm going to take it off, see if there's any traces under there that need to be removed. And this is a good example again. My iron is not hot enough. What are you doing down there at that low heat? This chip is doing some extra dirty things. That is correct. That is correct. There we go. Let's get that out of there. Alright. So, let me trim this again, then we'll take another pass at that. But essentially, I just want to make sure there was nothing fishy going on under here. And it smelled awful while I was taking it off, so there very much could have been something nasty under there that was not getting a good connection with some of that stuff. Especially on the top left of this chip, which you'll see that is just a little. Well, let's get that a little bit. There we go. Right there, it just was not making a good connection with the leg. So I did take that off. I'm gonna now look at the chip, which I put over here. I'm gonna look at that chip here. So here's that little chip. It's very tiny. It is very tiny. I'm like shouting and whispering at the same time. Hopefully the effect comes across. Alright, so that actually doesn't look too bad. That doesn't look too dirty. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really gonna bother cleaning it up much, except where are those cotton swabs? Oh boy. Let me just stand up here and take a look. No. Oh, there they are. Right in front of me the whole time. Okay. Yeah, no, that's just gunk on the chip. I wouldn't necessarily say that is anything bad with it. But yeah, let's clean that up a little bit. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you want to see a picture-in-picture view with this microscope, or is it fine just seeing me alone in the microscope? Because my good pal Bruce from Bregus Creations usually has a picture-in-picture view, and you know I've done that before, but I don't know. Does it take up too much of the screen, or do you not care? Do you want to see picture-in-picture, or do you just want to be focused on one thing or the other? I'm very curious. It's not hard to set that up, but curious what your viewing preferences are. Yes, Bruce is so pretty. Obviously, you know, the looking at me, there's no discounts involved, so I apologize. Okay. Yeah, I mean there is some minor gunk here. Not my fingernail, which there's always gunk under my fingernails. It's because I'm playing with this stuff all day. There's some like solder balls there though. There's a little solder ball. It adds a personal connection. Righto, Bruce. Righto. Look at those solder balls there. You let's play a game. You count the solder balls here, while I fiddle with OBS and get a picture-in-picture view. All right, let's do this here. Let's see if I can get this OBS window back. I am very pretty. Thank you. All right, there we go. All right, let's go here, and let's turn on this camera here. Ah, it was just hidden below. That's why it wasn't showing. So I did have it at one point. I think it just went away. All right. So where is this? I had to do a transform here. Okay. That's silly. It's not wanting to do much of anything here. let me trash the webcam item and just try again. Sometimes OBS can be a little finicky. I am running an older version because I feel like every time I try and upgrade, it does act a little funny, and sometimes it just loses all my settings. So I try to avoid that. There we go. All right, so let's do a picture in picture here. Hopefully you could hear me now. Sorry about that. The audio went bye-bye. You're watching YouTube on a Macintosh Classic. I hope it in all of its 1-bit glory is fantastic. Yeah, sorry. See, that's the other thing. Whenever I mess around with these things, I lose the sound sometimes. So, oopsie. All right. Well, YouTube has informed me we actually do have people watching now, so that's good. What is this? Somebody hold on, I just want to check this. Somebody commented on my Facebook post. I made a Facebook post because I couldn't get my Macintosh 2CX to work. I'm just very curious if anybody said anything. Yeah, somebody telling me to check the DB15 connector, and there is none built onto the board, so quality advice there. Alright, so if they announced a new Mac Pro with the PowerPC processor, I'd be all over that. Alright, so let's go back to here. Yeah, so there is some gunk on here. Might be a little interactive here, Bruce, if I need any expertise. I'm gonna put some flux. Whoopsie. I need one of those things that holds things for me, because this chip is just gonna fly around. What I think I've done in the past, and it's been a few hours since I did this, I just take a soldering iron with a solder ball and just rub it against there to try and just ease any of the gunk from there to suggest it move elsewhere. That worked enough for the 2CX chip I took off, but I don't know if that's gonna work too well. Yes, I need an artificial assistance. I need more than that. I need actual assistance. All right, where are my tweezers? See, I'm losing my tools already. This is bad. This is what you're seeing. You're not seeing my face. You're just gonna see me like looking around. Like, where'd I put the thing? All right, so yeah, I just put some flux on the chip there, and what I'm doing now is I'm just gonna take my iron, and it would help if I had some solder on it, wouldn't it? Well, yes, that would be a great idea. Okay, and I'm just going to rub this against here. You could see, you might be able to see, that there's some brown, icky, yucky bits here. And that is a lot of the old solder, some old cap juice, I'm sure. That is just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And hello, Hot Rod. And hello, anybody else. I did not say hello to you. I did not. See, I'm sort of out of it. I did a scripted video last, so I'm sort of out of it as the live streams go. But hello, everybody who has joined. Bruce, Sean, let's see, peeking up here. Mingo Hagen. I cannot pronounce some of these, so my apologies. Gaming Extra. Oh, good luck, Bruce. And anybody else who's watching, I'm sure I'll give you shout outs during the stream. But yeah, I'm just heating up these pins here, and they do bubble a bit with the flux in there, and I do have to clean them up. This is sort of like when you put new solder on old pads, you got to clean it up anyway, so it's like a bit of an annoying type thing. But I did get new flux in the mail, so I can be a little bit wasteful, I guess. Well, it's not wasteful. I mean, we're using it for a good cause. It's not like I'm putting it down the toilet. But I could use amounts of it that I don't have to worry about running out. Alright, so we're just loosening up some of the decades-old solder. Here's a good example. Not the solder bridge I just did there, but this pin on the bottom here, it has a black surrounding edge there, and on the part that's closest to the chip. And we're probably going to need the scalpel to get some of that away. but yeah. And speak up, Bruce, if what I'm doing is very stupid and not the way I should be doing it, because I don't know any better. And what I do sometimes try and do is just, with some wick here, is just wick away some of the extra gunk I've gotten on here, just so the chip will lay flat. It's hard to do this because nothing is steady here, but yeah. Hello, Christopher. Nice to see you here. Oops. Everything is so small and I'm so zoomed in that I go to nudge it and it's like, oops, it's not my line of sight anymore. I hope you like my silly banter here, because this is gonna be it. This is the stream, folks. I love that line in that Pixar movie Monsters Incorporated, where Mike Wazowski, the little green guy, is trying to make that kid laugh, and she's not laughing. And he goes, "These are the jokes, kid." It gets me every time. It's such a silly thing, but it's just like, you're gonna laugh or you're not. And these are the jokes. Yes, come for the soldering, stay for the bantering. Well, eep to you, Dana. Hello. Welcome to the live stream. So, as I said earlier, I'm trying to get videos out on a semi-regular schedule. So there should be hopefully one on this Friday, if I could get the darn thing filmed. I don't know what it's going to be about. I have a few things in mind. But yeah. I haven't started filming yet. So it's definitely fun times. Alright. Yes, I can definitely secure it to the table with tape or glue or a thumbtack or whatever you want to call it. I just don't have that available at the moment. And I don't think it's, I don't know, it's light enough that might do it. But we survived. We got, and chip hot. Do not touch chip. Chip hot. Oh boy. Soldering without bantering is it's a little boring. I mean, thankfully everybody I watch banters, so I feel like I got to do the same thing. Now I'm not going to say that it's required, but if you're sharing something live, it probably helps. Fume inhaling, delicious. I do have a little fan. You probably can't see, and it is blowing some of the fumes away. It's not a fume extractor. It's a flume. It's a fume blower awayer, maybe. Oh, hello, Alex. This is the part where I take off a chip and yell at it as I clean it, because the Macintosh Iici just would not want to boot up. And I don't think this chip is integral to part of the startup circuitry at all. It just looked nasty, and I'm like, you know what, let's clean some of the dirty bits off of it and make sure it's making a good connection to the board. Yeah, there is bantering, and then there is Steve yelling at things, and I do my best to refrain from that behavior, as entertaining as it may be on a live stream, because I do know, I know for a fact that some of my audience are younger viewers that may be directly related to me, and I don't want to anger their parents. Oh boy, you kids know who you are. This is a 2CI. The 2CX it actually chimes. It actually chimes, and it actually boots. I just can't get any video out of the darn thing. I posted it on Facebook as a desperation thing. You're 30, Fry? You're only 30? Yeah, try 4 years after that, buddy. We're not too far off. Where was I going with it? See, this is what happens. Just ranting and... Oh, yes, the 2CX. So I posted on Facebook, hoping that somebody smarter than I am, or has a better idea than I have, to try and get this to work. But the 2CX to work. This is a 2CI, the faster brother of the 2CX. But that 2CX rather is something that's special to me because that's my family's first Macintosh. That's my dad's first Mac. And my goal, and I've said this a few times, my goal is to fix it up and do a video of him using it. Because I think that would be fun. Because why the heck not? It's his machine. If I fix it up, it would be cool for him to look at. And sort of experience for the first time in, 30 years? I'm Apple II years old. Which model? Oh, I'm such a dork. I am such a dork. But yes, I'm glad the witty banter is well, the banter. Let's not go too far. I'm glad it's entertaining. So what I'm gonna do is just put the little chip in here. We can give it a little bit of bath with alcohol. Not so much a bath as a little pool to swim around in as I get my toothbrush here. I assure you, I do not use this on my teeth, especially because it was on the floor. It fell off the desk. That's not where I usually keep it. I swear. It was like that when I got here. Alright, so we're going to scrub. And I'm probably trying to clean this chip way too much. But I don't... Oopsie. You know, we bent that pin there. Eat. And put the... You didn't see nothing. The idea here is that I don't want to have to do this again. So, we're going to clean this up as best we can without spending too much time or money. And yeah, I bet this chip is probably cleaner than some of my teeth. That's a dangerous thought. Go to the dentist. Have you been brushing? Yes, and then under your breath, but not my teeth. Go to your dentist, folks. Don't not do that. All right, let's push you. You go back. Bad. All right, let's do this very carefully. A hush goes over the crowd. Yeah, that's not going to help it, is it? And the tip got dirty again. Whatever. Close enough. I'm disc 2 years old. Let's see. Thoughts on Macintosh 2X. Hello, Matt. How you doing? I have one, but it seems to be stuck in no man's Mac territory. I'm confused. But it works. So what's the problem? Somebody else has it and you want it? Or... The 2X is a neat machine. I don't have one. I only have Macintosh 2. If you have the ability to get it, why not? If it's within your reach, your grasp, your whatever. I say it's a fun machine. Why not? Why the heck not? They are big. They are big. Big. And I'm getting some flux on that, but that doesn't matter. We'll put some flux on that anyway. Clean twice, solder once. Exactly. Measure twice, cut once. Alright, so here is where we're going to put that chip, and just for good measure. Scrub-a-dub-dub. Alright. Yeah, you could see the top left pin there. Zoom into that just a little bit. You can see the left side of that was kind of cruddy, but that's okay. We're gonna make sure that the legs are gonna make a good connection to that. All right. So we're gonna put some flux down, 2 lines here. And here comes the fun part. My tweezers out so we actually do this properly. I lost them again. How do I keep doing that? There. It's very fancy. It's also very expensive, and maybe the only reason why I'm accepting recapping work to pay off this stupid thing. All right, there we go. Just adjust this a little bit more. But yes, it's a very fancy microscope. Nobody has one. I have one, but I don't know any other people that care about it. Folks want an SE and an SE. Hey, you give me a 2X any day of the week. I have Macintosh SEs up the wazoo. I like the desktop Macs. They're pretty neat. Pretty neat. I think, you know, that's maybe almost where I want it. Nah. Yeah, close enough. I hope so too, but I'm also a realist. Oh boy. Oh, it's only Wednesday, but it's been one of those weeks, man. I tell you. All right, so what I'm gonna do is just put some. You want a Macintosh SE for a 2X? It's sold. All right, let's just do one leg here first. Oh, it's a little lopsided here. We should be okay. They're not harder to find. They're not harder to find at all. Matt, Dana, who am I trying to convince? No, but seriously, if you want to trade, I realize shipping that 2X is not exactly fun, but if you want to email me, I know we've talked before. I think we're friends on the Book of Faces, but we could chat about it, see if we could work out an arrangement. I must warn you, though, most of my Macintosh SEs are like the 800K models, but as I try not to stab myself with the soldering iron. But we could talk more details privately. Oh, that is a horrible drag solder. Look at that. Look at that. Well, don't look at that. Actually, look. Close your eyes. This is a professional working here. This is that was YouTube's fault. This is YouTube's fault. Alright, so what I'm most concerned about is this corner here. Trying to get that. I mean, it's connected. I just want to make sure it's securely there. Sure thing, Matt. Yeah, I think weren't you the guy I sent the Centris or Quadra 600 DOS card cable to, and you did a pinout for it. I think that was a little adventure that you did, which was quite fun. For you, I guess. You didn't have to do much. I just provide you the cable. Okay. Let's clean this up a little bit. Yes, that was you. See, I remember some things. Can't remember what I ate for breakfast, but I can remember some things. Yeah, some of those pins ain't straight, but if they making a connection, who cares? This is my board. It's not a customer's board. Should have said that from the beginning. That's why I'm a little bit, I wouldn't say haphazard. That might be not be the best word to choose, but I'm a little lenient on what I'm willing to do to get this board to work. Because if this was a customer's board and I recapped it, didn't see any bad traces and didn't power up, I would have said, you know what, it's going to take a lot of time and money probably to fix this. Are you sure? Are you sure that's what you want to do? Because there could be 1,000,001 different ways that this thing could be broken. But this is mine, so it's a time suck either way. Alright, so we've reached the end of the tour. No, we've gotten this chip back on there. We're just going to check continuity. Then we're going to try and boot it up again, because this is the only thing I changed, but might as well test it each step of the way. Oh, I'm glad that replica worked for you. I was actually... I do have, I have to make an Apple II E-card cable. I do have all the parts for it. I do have all the parts, which were hard to secure, believe it or not. The floppy disconnector, I think it's a 19-pin cable. That edge, or the connector, or the D-sub connector, whatever you want to call it, that was hard to find. That was very hard to find. I think I got the last one off eBay, and I ordered that maybe over a year ago at this point, because I do have a 2E card, but I don't have any. I don't have the breakout cable for it. I actually meant to make a video on the DOS card, but I found someone on YouTube made one that's way longer and way more in depth, and I'm like, you know what? I think it was that Jason's Macintosh Museum or whatever the guy's name was that like disappeared off the face of the earth. I think he's okay, but I hope so. But yeah, he did a very in-depth video, and I'm like, well, I can't top that. But there are other. It's not all about competition. It's about having fun too. There are other PC compatibility cards that I do have that I want to do a video on. So it'll probably be featured in a way at some point in one of my videos. It'll come up. It's not going to be wasted. Hello, Raw Elements. What's that email? My LC3 needs new caps and PSU checked out. Well, Hot Rod, you could email me at Mac84TV, as in television, at gmail.com. Again, Mac84TV at gmail.com. And if you cannot contact me through there, actually, if you want a recapping request, the best thing to do is go to Mac84.net. It's my website, Mac84.net. Click on the Modern button. That'll bring you to the Modern website. And there's a services button on the homepage there. And that goes to a Google form you could fill out. And that goes right into a spreadsheet. So anybody who wants to request repair services, put your information in that spreadsheet, make a little description of what's going on, if the machine ever turned on, what's the symptoms, blah, blah, blah. And I will get back to you with a quote, usually within a few days. I am actually very backed up, and I have Sean to thank for that, because a lot of people saw me fix his Macintosh Iici, and they want theirs fixed too. So, yeah. The Mac LC3, though, is a very cool machine, though. I do love my LC3. I have an LC3 and an LC3 Plus. Both of them are very neat machines. You know what, sir? Raw Elements, if you do not want your image writer wide version, I would more than be happy to make my image writer trilogy into a quadrilogy or whatever it is. But I know you were playing around with it. I don't want to take away any fun that you're having. But if you ever decide that, hey, this was fun, but I don't have the room for this thing, let me know. Be happy to see if we could arrange something. All right, so that's just cleaning up any excess stuff here. That image writer LQ, though, I showed a little snippet of it in the beginning of this stream. It is an interesting printer. You know how the image writer 2 is very easy to use? You just load the paper and you go to print. Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 different ways to load the paper on this thing. And each of them are more convoluted than the last. I'm reading through the manual. Dana, who's here, was on a Skype call with me. I'm reading through the manual and we're like, what? Where does the paper go? Wait, where does it feed through? There's like 3 or 4 different ways to do this stupid thing. And I'm just like trying to print out a test. And since then, everything I've done, it sort of gets crooked. The paper gets a little crooked and jammed and stuff. So not so fancy. Oh, that sounds like fun, Raw Elements. Ugh. Oh, yes, and if you print, apparently if you print with too many of the carbon copy pages, the head has a risk of melting if it gets too hot. So maybe I'll have to do a fan mod in that thing or something. I don't know, but I know what it is time for, and that's time to get a test of this thing to see if it wants to turn on. Not going to do anything too fancy. We're just going to plug a power supply into it, push the power button, see if anything happens. Probably nothing will happen, but who knows. You should get some sleep. You should. I do not want to encourage anybody to have the poor sleeping habits that I do. Get some rest. Email me if you're interested in the pinout for that cable, and we'll go from there. But thanks for stopping by. All right. Power supply. Yoink. Oh, I dropped it. That's not good. Well, this is actually from a 7100, so who cares? I have multiples of those. Where's the original power supply? Here it is, right? The one I shouldn't drop. Oh, boy. I got my small image writer to print with its OG ribbon. Yeah, nice. Nice. The image writers are great. I love them. That is excellent news, Bruce, because I thought I was going insane because I took off all the startup chips in that area, and I'm like, oh, this will fix it. But very good. So what Bruce discovered was that there were, and this is something I heard about before, and I remember bringing it up, either it was to Bruce or somebody else at least over a year ago, saying, oh, by the way, someone said, these caps are swapped, or I think it was when I was live streaming, and I don't think Bruce or I or anybody was like, yeah, I don't know if that's a problem. I've never heard of that, but apparently there are these two capacitors, the two 10 microfarad 16 volt capacitors of the 6 in a row on the Macintosh 2CX that are actually printed incorrectly. The positive and negative points are printed incorrectly on the circuit board. So when you're replacing the capacitors, you could easily just replace them incorrectly, and that's what I ended up doing. It still powers on, but apparently it makes it a little bit problematic to turn off sometimes, as I experienced. So, yeah, I actually don't sleep. I just wait. That sounds about right. A little creepy, but sounds about right. All right, so let's put the power supply on the board here. This is a GE power supply. Stands for Go Electronics. I'm a little bit silly today. I'm always silly. Just get sillier as the time goes on. I'm gonna plug some power into this. Probably won't do anything. Let's plug a speaker in just in case it decides to. And hopefully I don't get killed. Nope. No light. No nothing. Now, is this one of the machines that needs a battery? I had a battery. Where'd it go here? It's in one of these drawers. Here it is. We got a Saft. Shut your mouth. I'm talking about Saft, and I can dig it. Alright, I am not the only person to make that joke, I hope. Alright, let's put the battery in. I said let's put the battery in. There we go. Let's try it again. Nopety, nopety, nope. Of course, this power strip switch could be dodgy. Let's try our keyboard. Yeah, well, the amount of time I've sunk into these machines is I think just cumulative. So, yes, I did try a different power supply. I'm gonna try it again live on camera. This is the one that came out of either 2CI or 2CX, but the Power Macintosh 7100 and the 2SI use a similar connector. I'm sorry, the same connector. A similar power supply is what I meant to say. So we can go ahead and try that. This worked on my 2CX. Well, it powered the machine on, but I don't think that is the issue here. But just to satisfy everybody here, yep, same crap. So no. So this machine, this 2CI, I'm trying to. I have two of these machines, so it's a little difficult for me to remember exactly what happened. This was the one I think I recapped most recently, but it had since before recapping it and afterwards it never turned on. So there were some nasty traces that were suspect, and we'll look at some of them here. Of course, just as my luck is, all of them have continuity. So even though that looks pretty bad there, it beeps. So yeah. Hello, Dirty Gamer, who has a screen name that reminds me of AOL Instant Messenger. Let's see. Well, you know, that's right, you're not in the States. Oops. Well, email me anyway, Raw MLS. We'll figure it out. Actually, I've been pretty lucky with UPS and FedEx getting a decent rate. It may be too silly, though, but the region behind the power button, you may, sir. So here's the power button. Let me zoom out a little bit here. Oopsie, wrong way. Yeah, that's as zoomed out as you're gonna get. Yeah, so there's the switch one. Oh, nice. What Mac Pro did you end up getting? I love my Mac Pro. I have a 2012 model, and that thing is a beast. I'm currently streaming on a 2009 model. Let me just move this window out of the way so I can see a better representation of what I am actually sharing on camera. There we go. We have some little happy capacitors here. How far do you want me to go, Bruce? I was thinking of removing these two chips here because there was some there's obviously a ton of capacitors here, and although everything made continuity, because I did test, they do look kind of funky. But that's just some random thoughts. Oh, Bruce, I'm sorry. I know you hate when I do that. The student stole the Mac Minis. Oops. Component labels of areas to look. Oh, that sounds exciting. That's not a bad deal. That's not a bad deal at all. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, I mean, the Mac Pros, you could get excellent deals on them, especially because people go after the trash can ones, or people, you know, or now businesses and people who could afford it are getting the new ones. But 3,1 is a very decent machine. I used to stream on a 3,1. The only reason I'm not is I happen to get a 4,1, the 2009. So the 2008 ones are great. I have one set up right here, actually, right over there. Actually has an Apple II drive on top of it. But that's sitting there, and that's a digital video machine. And what I do is I have an old VCR with an analog to digital converter and a FireWire connector. And this thing has FireWire 400 on it, so it's perfect. And I just use that machine basically as an ingestion point for analog video, and it works great. I mean, it's overkill for what it's doing. I mean, I could use a G4 Mac Mini for that, but it does work. Yeah, we have a bit of a nasty trace here that I started working on before we streamed, and I didn't continue. So let's do that. Oh wow. Was there a big price difference in the 5,1? I mean, usually there is a bit of a difference, but it does. But you know what? I think this one beeps. I did start this right before the stream, so let's torture ourselves here. Now I'm out of focus. No. See, when I put pressure on the board gets slightly out of focus here. I think it's time for a new scalpel. Let's just cut away there. Does this go anywhere useful? Yeah, I could just put the probe there, so we don't have to cut away on the other side. Alright, yeah, we go. Where's my fingers? There we maybe? No? Wait. Where am I? Who am I? There we go. And let's see if it beeps. Well, let me make sure I have the right trace here. Let me go up. Okay. Yeah, of course you beep. You choice word I can't say. Yep. Oh boy. Oh boy. The G5 is a heck of a system as long as it's not water cooled and broken and leaking, and as long as the fans are in good shape and you know you're going to use it with period appropriate software. I want to find more things to do with my G5. I mean, I have plenty of things I could do with it, but I need to be able to do that. But I do have it set up in my office, and sometimes I just turn it on. The other day I had to rip a CD, and I said, you know what, I'll just put the disc in there, run toast. I ripped it over the network, VNC. Everything was good. Yes, even though it beeps, I am gonna get the heck all this crud out of there. And it would be helpful if I could actually turn this so it's easier for me to use my scrapety tool. There is to focus on. Oh boy, is that for the startup circuitry, Bruce? Well, this just turned into a 15-hour live stream, folks. Get your popcorn ready. I'm not hungry yet, but we'll have a dinner break in here. I'm sure I can't laugh while I'm doing this. I mean, I can physically. It's not advised. It's not advised. And I apologize if it's going a bit in and out of focus for you guys, because I'm zooming in around a lot. I just need to see it a little bit sharper than you guys do. Got some penguins there. An RX 580 is what I put in my 2012, and it works fantastically with the OpenCore mod. I have no idea if that OpenCore mod works for anything other than a 2012. I just don't know because I haven't looked into it for other models. That is something that you may want to look into or do some Googling for. But that is an excellent card. It gives me hardware HVEC and H.264 encoding and decoding. and it works great. I think I need a new scalpel. It works great. It really has increased my Final Cut Pro video workflow. No, I don't think they will be. Honestly, there isn't a huge difference from an 08 to a 2012. Yes, the processors are faster, the architecture is faster, blah blah blah. But I mean, realistically speaking, what is it? A dual processor one you said? I mean, yeah, I don't know if you know anybody that has the card that you could test with, or you can just you could look online to see if anyone else has done it. I just don't know, to be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, sounds like a pretty good system to me. I think I was running a 2.3 or something like that. Let's see. Let me get a closer look on this blade. I'm just jumping around everywhere. That's just how my mind works. So I've got the special brain. Yeah, I'm just holding this wrong, I think. I have a 2011 iMac, and the graphics card had failed. The Apple Store replaced it under a recall after I bitched and moaned about it. And yeah, apparently the graphics card is on a little PCI mini connector dealy, something like that. And you could just go in and swap that graphics card with an appropriate one. There is a thread on Mac Rumors. Apparently some Dell PCs had a compatible card that you could flash or will just work with some specific models, I think. But it is a bit of an involved process. You basically have to take out the whole logic board. But if you're patient enough, and if you're careful, you can do it. I have not done it yet. I have to. But that's why I switched over to my Mac Pro. Because although the iMac was a heck of a machine, and that thing was fast. In some cases, it's still faster than my Mac Pro. In some cases, probably not with the new graphics card in there, but in some cases it was. A heck of a system. Mine was the top of the line, 2011 model, and that thing lasted me from 2011 up until last year. So not a bad purchase at all. That was the last Mac I bought brand new, probably the last one I will buy brand new. I think everything else I'll buy refurb from now on, if the situation suits it. Looks pretty decent underneath. Yeah, there is some articles on iFixit about replacing this and that. I would just be very careful, go slow, document where all the screws go. Easy way to do that is get a piece of paper, get some Scotch tape, and you know, just mark where the screws go on a piece of paper, just so you don't lose anything, because some of those are different sizes, different lengths, and if they go into the wrong thing, they could poke something, make it bad, and not happy, and so on and so forth. Steve, a small stiff, you're going to great lengths to scrape off the coating. Don't worry about it. Okay, scrape off all of them. Just paint on them. But see, it's the artist in me, Bruce. I just can't. I can't have imperfection on something that nobody will ever look at but me. Very good point, sir. Duly noted. Alright. I should have known that from watching you. Alright, now I have to scroll up and copy the piece of text that you had with all those areas to focus on, because I'm going to forget. We do a copy. Oh, I'm not used to this trackpad yet. I have one of these magic trackpads, the first revision of it, that I got with my 2011 iMac, because it was like an extra $20 for the trackpad. I said, why the heck not? And I mean, it's okay. I just clicking on it, you have to. This early one, you have to have like a physical space on the bottom to actually click it, and when you have a desk with a bunch of crap on it, it just doesn't help you. All right. The cinema displays are nice. People sell them at stupid prices because they're stupid. And the power supply on the 30-inch and the high-def models are known, well, especially the 30-inch, are known to get a little cranky and stop working. I have hardwired my 30-inch cinema display to an external switching power supply, like a big honking thing. It works fine. The only reason I'm not using it... Ooh, I see a bit of a Tracy guy under there that probably needs fixing. Under the cap. Awesome. The only reason I haven't been using it is because... with the work from home situation, I took my monitor home from my office, and it's much nicer than the cinema display, honestly. So I have not been using that. I think that trace under there was okay, but you know, I'm gonna take this off. Why the heck not? Yeah, if it has the power brick with it, because it needs the power brick. If it has the power brick with it, that's not a bad idea. As long as your graphics card has DVI, dual link DVI, you should be okay. Oh, my neck. That's my best Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. Nobody caught, by the way. I did a little video on YouTube. I'm not going to give it all away, but I don't think anybody caught it. At least I don't think anybody caught it yet. But in the video I did where I'm untangling a bunch of wires I got from a thrift store, and I do that sort of very poor Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. I made a fun little edit. I'm not going to give too much away. There's something that you blink and you miss it that happens on the screen when I do that. You blink and you miss it, but it's just a little thing, and it's probably not noticeable on the YouTube version of the video. But why am I doing that? But I was just having fun. The fun things that you do when you're late at night editing a video and you're like, oh, I'll just do this, and then nobody notices it, but it's fine because like you didn't intend people to notice it. And now I'm rambling. All right, let's. I'm not going to use the hot air gun because it's going to turn this nice yellow capacitor into a nice brown peanut here. I do like the retro setup for the Mac Pro. There's a 30-inch in my area. The photos is working really good. You know, if hey, I mean, it's up to you. If that's what you want, go get it. That's not a bad price, I don't think. What is 40 quid? What's about here in the U.S.? What is that, like $70, $80? I mean, it's not bad, really. If it has the power brick. The power brick is worth more than that thing alone, than what they're asking for the monitor alone. See, now I can't speak. That's a problem. I talk too much. I get tongue-tied. My tongue is tied. Somebody please donate money to this child. He's rambling and needs help. All right, I am way too zoomed in here. There we go. Like, where's the capacitor? I think I see it. Is that the one I want to pull off? No. Where's the... Oh boy, this is gonna be a long night, guys. There we are. Woo! This is a fun one. Stabby. We need flux. What the heck am I doing? What am I doing here? What am I doing? You need 2 of them. Oh, you want 3 of them? I have 3, but they don't all work. I only have 2 working ones. But don't let me stand in the way of your dreams. Hey, get what you could get now, and then you could always get more later. There's not a shortage of them. Probably. It's gonna be weird. One day those displays are gonna be like ultra rare. That's something I can't, like, you know, uncommon. That's just something I can't believe yet. I mean, it's they're like a dime a dozen, at least, you know. And not worth it for what they go for around here, at least. People try and get over $200 for them, and they don't even have the power brick and this and that. But it's just funny to think of that. Like, I know they're vintage, they're retro-ish, they have a cool look to them, but the display technology ain't too fancy compared to the new stuff that's out, obviously. The response time and all that stuff, it uses a DVI connector, and it only has one input. You gotta switch it if you have multiple machines, and blah, 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 but... just one of those weird things, man. This has been Steve Rants About the World. Tune in next week for more ranting about the world. If you just got that Mac Pro, you might want to consider if it's running hot. The answer is yes, Nick. If it's running hot, there goes the solder wick. You may want to consider repasting it. I actually have to do that for my Mac Pro, because I got it from an e-waste facility, both this one and the one upstairs, and they were pretty dirty. In fact, the 2012 one was filled with broken glass. But yeah, I would clean that out if you can. I don't think there's any solder under there anymore. Well, just a little bit maybe. But this cap is it's proving quite stubborn. That's alright, I'm just going to go through these impressions. Oh, this horrible impressions. Horrible. Horrible. I'm gonna get sued for like defamation of character for like doing such horrible impressions of people. That's it. Come on. Come on, little one. Push. Push. Got some more work to do. That wasn't even an impression. That's just me making stupid sounds with my mouth. That should be the name of this stream. Steve makes stupid sounds with his mouth. Oh, boy. I don't know. PCs are weird, man. There's probably a setting you could change, but then that sort of defeats the whole purpose of security. Alright, where the heck was I? There we go. Just trying to snake this little copper here under this happy little capacitor, and hopefully we get all that solder that's under there. And I'm moving the board as I do this too. That's not good. It's not advised. But Steven, using the hot air gun would have taken you like 3 seconds. Why are you doing this the hard way? Because my name is Steven, and this is Mac84. I'll take souls for 500. The Optiplexes are not bad machines. I say this a lot. They are business machines, and businesses tend to upgrade their machines sometimes, a bunch of solder balls, sometimes very quickly, or just for compatibility reasons, they'll just dump them, you know. I picked up a bunch for like $20 each. First or second generation i5s, you know, not the fastest, but fine for the work I need to do on PCs. Okay, so it's just the other side now. And yeah, let's clean that up. And yeah, it's a pretty darn good machine. I actually have 2 more that are much newer that I have to, one I have to get a processor for. The other I think just needs memory, and I don't have any spare DDR4 memory. So I have not invested any parts in that, because I don't really need another PC right now. I have one I built around, what, 2015 or so. That works fine. I just put a terabyte SSD in there, which it's a gaming PC. I played the video games on it. There we go. Oh, oops. And that's what it's for. That gonna come on. Oof. Yeah, that's yucky. Yeah, see, there's a bit of breakage there, but it looks okay. I guess I didn't have to take that off. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, the Optiplexes are fine. No problems with them. Yep, that sounds about right. The ones I got apparently were discontinued because they weren't Windows 10 compatible, and that's only because the graphics card built into it was not Aero compatible, or whatever the Windows term is for that in later days. And yeah, that was the only reason they were discontinued. And some of them even had graphics cards in them, low profile graphics cards. So it was like, what's going on? These would be fine. I wasn't gonna correct the guy. The guy who was selling me new stuff too, and he was like, yeah, they were just tossing them, so I'm just selling them for like 20-25 bucks a piece. I'm like, all right, cool. I'll take like 4. I did take 4. I have 3. I gave 1 to a coworker. Well, he bought it from me. I set it up for him because he was just interested in a little Linux machine. He was actually going to buy a machine for several $100s. And I said, look, man, it may not be the best spec one, but for what you're going to be doing, for $20 or $25, $30, whatever it was, it's a heck of a deal. And he agreed. He was like, sold. And they went pretty fast. The guy only lived a little bit far away from me, and yeah, I know Windows 7 is Aero. I forget what the equivalent is of the fancy graphics on Windows 10, or maybe it was Windows 8 at the time. This is a while ago. Maybe it was Windows 8. Whatever it was, there was some compatibility issue. I think it was with 10, and they just upgraded all their hardware. I don't know what they were using the machines at, but hey, IT guy is going to be IT guys, and if you got the budget to upgrade the machines, I guess you might as well. Must be nice. Alright, so we took that cap off for no reason, but while that cap is off, let's take off this chip here. Who wants me to take this chip off? Because I mean, it looks pretty nasty. It wasn't back of a truck. It was actually in a guy's house. He seemed very nice. I need to go get a bottle of water because I'm talking too much. I'm talking way too much. Throat is getting dry. I'm probably going to take off these chipperoonies here. This is D5, and next to it is UD13 and UE13. So these are all the chips there that were kind of suspect there. Oh, I'm not ripping them off. We're carefully removing them. Yeah, so I'm going to go grab some water. I'll be back in like a jiff. Just groove to the hold music, please. Be right back. Sorry to interrupt your dance interlude, but we are back. Dancing intensifies. Exactly. Exactly. All right. So, let's get back to the insanity that is doing this. Because this is insanity. I mean, anybody in their right mind who would be like, let's just take these chips off for fun. That is not obviously what I'm doing here. We're trying to fix this machine. So there is a bit of rhyme to this reason, as it were. That's not a good analogy, I guess. Let's just take one of these off at a time. Now, I will warn you in advance. Warning, warning, warning. My heat gun is probably on its last legs and has been making horrible vibrating noises. And so basically how the heat gun works is I use it and then I put it back in its cradle and it cools down. During that, it vibrates the desk, which is going to just, make a lot of weird noises. So while it's cooling down, I will mute, and you'll just have to deal with the mute for a while until that thing stops making noise. This is, as the title says, it's a Macintosh Iici, if that answers your question. All right. I don't have a desoldering gun. I have the manual thing that you plug into the outlet, and it works. But all right, so we're gonna get the heat gun out. Then I'm gonna go mute for a bit because I need to. Otherwise, everyone's ears will bleed, apparently. And yeah, let's see if we can get this off without turning that other capacitor to brown now. I can just smell that. That's delicious. Alright, now I'm going to mute because the desk is probably rattling. Didn't miss much. We were just taking off UD13. Should turn off in a second. It's at 150 degrees. It turns off when it gets to 100. So hopefully the vibrating isn't that bad. But look at that trace. It's horrible. There are two of them there that I can see right off the bat. The first one up here, and then there's another one down here. So I mean, if those were connected, that would surprise me. But I mean, this is exactly why it looks pretty yucky. I mean, yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to clean up. But just the look of it is just ugh. Oh, you were probably referring to the noise of the heat gun. Hopefully. All right, now it's off. So hopefully that's bad. Hey, Justin. Update on your IBM drives. I have removed the capacitors for them. I am just waiting on the 4.7 25-volt capacitors to get back in stock. The size that I need are very small, so unfortunately I'm just waiting on those. But looking good so far. Sorry, Pseudos. I did warn everyone before you came, but that didn't help you, obviously. And some are saying it's not that loud. Okay. Alright, so let's clean the heck out of this, because, oh boy. I guess first what I'll do is just, yeah, that's not going to help. I guess I could just put a big hot glob of solder there and sort of heat everything up. We need some flux. That's what I went to grab something. I'm like, we need something here. There's a thing I usually use. It's a flux. That's it. And you know, a soldering tip with a big ball of solder on the end is actually very good for getting rid of a lot of gunk and just heating up the area. And just, you're gonna see all this flux is gonna turn to like a pool of like muddy brown as I do this. And the smell is incredible. Ugh. And this board was already ultrasonically cleaned, I believe. Oh, that's nasty. I don't want to, I'm not scraping too hard here, I'm just hovering over. And I don't want to put the heat on the pads for too long because, you know, they could just come off the board here. Oh boy. It's not that bad of a smell. I don't know, maybe I've just smelled some bad things in my day. But it is not a pleasant smell. I would say it's not as bad as the capacitor fish smell, but it's definitely an old and crusty, yucky smell. Welcome to Smell-O-Vision with your host Steve. What does this smell like? That'd be a horrible idea for a show. Get like a nozzle hooked up and you gotta smell things? No fun in that. Yeah, that does not sound like a good motel to be in. You should call the news and have them do a story about how awful it smells. The only time big corporations like to change sometimes is when you publicly shame them. And Twitter is an excellent way to do that. Alright, let's get as much of this yucky goo off of here as we can. Need more flux. What am I thinking? Yeah. Barf some flux onto the board there. And the goal here is to just clean the heck out of these pads, so when it's time to put the chip back on, everything look pretty. Alright. Stank pods. Oh boy. I wouldn't, unless you see anything problematic looking, I wouldn't worry about anything on a Mac Pro right now. Then again, I'm not an expert on them. Maybe there's a bad batch of them. I don't know. But no, I think the Mac Pro is pretty safe. Again, just to my knowledge, I'm really not an expert on those machines. They're too new. Come on, get the gunk off. Nope. Oh, solder balls everywhere. Who wants a solder ball? Alright. Now let's do some poking around. Yeah, the G5s are another story. Let's do some poking around with the multimeter and see how bad this really is. Alright. No connection. Hallelujah. A problem we can fix. Oh, the joke is that the trace is actually broken because on my Macintosh Iici I found so many broken traces and they looked broken but they actually weren't. So that's actually broken. That's actually broken too. And that's actually broken. You got, is that a 4-in-1? Got a 4-in-1 here. Jackpot. Four traces. 4 fixes. Hopefully this is the only chip we gotta fix here. Holy camole. Yeah, there was a recall for the power supplies, I believe, on the iMac G5s. At least some revisions of it. I remember my friend going to get his fixed. But for I have a non-eyesight model G5. I think it's a revision B, I think, and it has not been recapped, and I definitely need to if I want to keep that thing alive. I think that's the only G5 iMac I have. Where did I put my toothbrush? Alcohol smelly. Did it fall again? I just dropped tools like nobody's business here. No, I didn't drop it. I don't think I did. Congratulations, you found something that potentially screwed up the machine. Maybe we can fix it. Where's that toothbrush? Hello? No, under there. Oh, it's right. Right. It was right there. Just do a little bit of cleaning up here. Because there's some of this hard flux that was in the area, so just get some of that off here. Just clean that up. Just want to get as much crap of this out of here so we could make some clean repairs here. Alright. Yes, the broken traces are likely a reason of either partially why this machine does not want to turn on, or the sole reason why it doesn't want to turn on. And only time will tell. We'll see. Alright. Beepity beep beep. Beepity beep beep. Beepity beep. Beepity beep. Beep. Nope. 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 Durr. Nope. Nope. Is that just dirt, or is that worn away? That is worn away completely. My goodness. Yeah, the clue would be it's not conducting anything. Durr. Alright. Alright. I can, you know, the guy who made those messaged me, and things just got too busy. I couldn't respond to him. He wanted to send me some boards to test out, and I will gladly accept that. I want to play around with them. I just have not had the time. In fact, I'll probably, after the stream, if I remember, I'll send out a message. But yeah, those look cool. Now I do have a power supply for this that should work, but obviously. Alright, so what am I doing here? I'm just poking around. I should fix this. This is such a tiny break there. I think I'm just going to bridge that with some solder. That is just so tiny. This I probably want to run a wire to. This, you know, for stability purposes, maybe a wire. I don't know. Maybe the left one's here, because it's so small. But again, we want to make sure this stuff lasts. We're not just poking around here. Excuse me. Yeah, so let's just touch that up there. Let's see if we could just touch that up. I mean, it's funny how zoomed in I am, and then I look out and I'm like, oh yeah, that's much smaller than it appeared on the microscope. I think everything here is going to need a wire. I'm just being stupid and lazy. And that's not the way to do it when you're doing this stuff, because it'll come back to haunt you. Hey, it's been a while. Welcome to the stream. I think it's been a while. I have no concept of time anymore. Yeah, good. We got some more of that dirt off. Alright, that's at least something helpful. Just avoiding the inevitable. Boy. Yeah, so we did find some nastiness here on the Macintosh Iici board under this chip. And we're about to try and fix some traces. And I say try because this is definitely an attempt. And that wire's too big. We need the smaller wire, which I just had. There it is. Look. It's been a long while. Yeah, that'll work. This is gonna be fun. Yeehaw! Alright, and then this one gotta go like that. Oh boy. Oh boy. There's a reason I usually do the trace repair off camera, because it takes a bit of practice. Alright, so let's see how long we need this to be. Let's do the longer one first. Let's go from there to there. So let's see about that. Yeah. Yep. And of course the piece of wire I cut off just went flying off the desk, so we won't be using that. That's right. That's right. Ah, okay. Yeah, I think I contacted one of them not too long ago. I will send them an email, and the wire went flying again. Jeez. I will send them an email just because I sort of feel awful. We were setting something up, and then, you know, unfortunately, life got in the way for me as well. So, but yes, sounds like a very interesting product. Definitely right up my alley. Oh, come on, Stephen. How did you manage to do that? Alright. Alright, sorry for the silence there. I'm just measuring things very quickly. Wow. I'm just gonna stop. Alright, let's first off move this chip so I don't smash it under the board. And we're going to try and do a bit of a repair here. Now, we're gonna have fun here. Gonna have fun. Flux. Now these tweezers stink. I don't know where I put my normal good tweezers. They're in a bin somewhere, which is doing me a lot of good right now. And I'm being sarcastic, of course. But this whole stream is sarcastic. At least the silly words that come out of my mouth. But we're gonna try our best here. So the first step here is to anchor this to let's do it. Oopsie. Oh, this is gonna be fun because it's right next to the others. Oh, this is gonna be real fun. Shoot. Well, I can put it here. Is that going to be long enough? Let's get another piece of wire. I should have started with the longer piece. This I will save for something else. I should have started with the longer piece. Because I will show you what the plan is. So the plan here I am spitting out video at 6100 kilobits per second, and YouTube says I have an excellent connection. So I don't think it's on my end, but who knows? Who knows? Not me. Looks better now. Well, that's great. That's excellent. All right, let's. Bruce, you should set your quality down to 140p so this trace repair looks better than it's actually going to be. Everybody should do that. Actually, just pretend it's 2003 for a second. These tweezers are terrible. I can't even grab the freaking wire. What the hell? Actually, I have a brand new set of tweezers upstairs. What the heck am I doing this for? I'll be right back. It's tweezer time. Get new tweezers. I bought an iFixit toolkit with tweezers in it. And it's sitting upstairs not doing anybody any good. Now I'm just here like a sucker. And just... Okay, what I thought were pliers, tweezers, was one of those sponger thingies. Well, that didn't friggin' help. Oh boy. Where's my good tweezers? Where are they? That's a very good question. I'm just gonna stand up, look over here real quick. Because they have to be somewhere. An Apple IIe cord just sitting there. That's probably a really good idea. Wherefore art thou tweezers? You got little snips. A bunch of jumpers. Piece of memory. A razor blade. The really crummy tweezers. I had a pair of metal ones. They were very good. Oh boy. Yes, Mike. I lost something. It's all your fault. Welcome to the stream, Mike. Hope you're doing well. I will take my anger out on this IBM hard drive. No. Let's move that over there. So I get to the other box of tools that's hidden behind all this mess here. I'm just looking for a pair of tweezers here. We're just putting, well, we're trying to bridge a few traces that actually are bad, believe it or not. Found a little doggy. How much are those tweezers in the window? I really need to order another pair. Let's see. Not in there. Try one more spot. If not, we'll make do with what we have. I hope this is as exciting as it looks. Got new copper pearls for our soldering station. Well, they're right freaking here. Look through everything and they're right there. Well, at least we found them. Oh boy, I know it's an actual bad trace. All right. Well, these are pretty good. I lost my head long ago. This is very right. Eep, everybody. All right. So these are the good tweezers. They have a good edge there. And I can actually grip things with them. So let the madness continue. He is now attempting to put flux on the board in a vain attempt to help him. Let's see if this works out. Alright, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to put the wire on the outside and then snake the enameled part in. That way I run a less risk of this wire coming into contact with any of those legs. Or I could just run the enameled wire from here. Well, now the flux is in the way, I can't see. Or I could run the enameled wire from this pad, since it's enameled, jump over here, and then run a second one there. I don't know what is from here curving to there. I think that's the best route. That's less convoluted, I think. Oh boy. All right. Well, either way, this is gonna be fun. So might as well make this entertaining. This is a par 4, and we're gonna see if we're successful here. Wow, I need to grip at the edge of this. There we go. Those of you squeamish, you may want to look away. Ah! Okay. And we'll clean up where that connects a little bit, but I just want to get the center part down here. Okay, so the goal here is first to find... I keep losing everything. First to find my scalpel. Here, boy. Here, scalpel. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I'm not sitting on it, or I would have felt it. Poo. What the heck is that scalpel? And as I'm dragging the wire, that's a smart idea. Oh, boy. I had that darn thing. I just had it. I just had it, man. I mean, I have others I could use temporarily, but that was a real good sharp one. Someone rewind the stream and see where he put the scalpel. I feel like I have Bruce's desk now. Things just disappear. You know, I went upstairs and things just went poof. Little capacitor fairies came out and they stole the scalpel as well. But anyway, we'll make do. Alright, so what I want to do here is bring this up here and just connect that right here, and so this should help complete that. The rabbits will not come. Oh, there's a scalpel right in front of my frickin' face. The rabbits won't come to me unless I have food. No, that's mean. They know their names. They have big personalities, so they selectively choose not to hear me sometimes. I understand. Well, I don't blame them. All right, I'm just gonna put the scalpel down and wiggle this wire back and forth here. There we go. I think everybody's desk has disappearing items. It's scary. There's something going on, man. Alright, so let's try and not make this go any more wiggly than it already is. This is gonna be fun. Alright. Could be worse. Could be worse. Oh, come on, I had it. Let's pry up. There we go. No, don't cut my head off. No. Hello, Jay. Thanks for stopping by. All right, so I don't even know how we've been going on for 2 hours? What? What? Seems like I started this 40 minutes ago. Holy crow. Good thing it's only 9 o'clock and not midnight already. Jeez. Oh, that just made it worse, didn't it? Well, there goes my hope of completing this within par. I'm sorry if it's humming. There's a fan on my desk. If the audio is very atrocious, people, let me know. I don't trust Jay on his own. Because he just likes to make up stories. And I'll do my best to resolve it live. Alright, so that connectee to there, connectee, good, yay. This got a connectee there. These are very technical terms, connectee. So that was 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alright, let's try, Alright. So, now we're going to get this little wire in here and just bridge from there to there. Very small. But, should put more flux on there, of course. Even the best tweezers are taunting me today. Oh, these aren't the best. They're tweezers. Yeah. I guess that's okay. Actually, let's bring that a little bit closer. Oh, come on, tweezers. Grab the wire. There we go. Yeah, just so it's... Yeah, that makes you feel a little bit better. Doohickey thingamajig, what's a who's it? The dealie. Dealie's another good one. The dealie. Go get the dealie. Use this little bit. Well, I guess we could yeah, let's anchor that. So it's not just floating around. Because the problem is when I put this when I go to put the chip back on, I want to make sure everything's actually going to stay there. It's not just going to fly off, you know? Because everything else has to be soldered off, heated up. Count Dukas to put that chip back on, and I'm afraid these traces will go for a ride as well. So let's, oh, come on. You wanted to kind of stay there, didn't you? But you had to be too cool. Your new friends, you wanted to just float off there. Oh, come on. Stay. Kind of worked. Okay, I guess. It's like a noodle. Yeah, my tweezers keep hitting the top of the microscope. Not probably ideal. I can never remember which is which either. So whenever I say the incorrect one, Bruce corrects me. So don't worry. It's all crud. It's all crud in my book. I don't think that actually is going to stay there because I don't think there's enough solder just sitting on there. Well, let's... Exactly what I didn't want to happen. Ah, poo. Where'd the wire go? No! Oh, there it is. Oh, the love of soldering small things. Everything goes to crap. See, now there's too much solder on it. Oh, boy. Good thing this is my machine. See, if this was a customer's machine, I'd be paying very careful attention. I wouldn't be yapping while I do this. And it would probably turn out better. Even if it doesn't, just play along. So just want to kind of adjust that back. There we go. It's really hard when these things just stick to everything you don't want to stick to. Alright, let's try that again. You actually turned on the notifications. Well, that's very cool. You clicked that bell. I'm sorry, Bruce. I don't mean to ruin your smash that like button presence on here on YouTube, but the bell is different. Oh, come on. Well, thank you for joining either way. I think that's good. I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that alone. This one I think is good. That one I think is good. So now we just got this guy to do. This doohickey over here. Yes, I am a funge repair specialist. Yes, I will be pouring more flux on that, sir. You got that right. I'm here to fix the fudge, and by fix I mean consume. Alright. See, now I can't see where the thing go. Oh, this. See, there's a cap right next to here where my tweezers keep hitting. So I can't. It's hard for me to go down because this. So I have to do this from another angle here. Oh boy. And now with the wire slipping out of my tweezers. Note to self. Remove capacitor next time. Well, it's not the fanciest, but if it works, it works. Give myself some extra slack here. Because I need to adjust this a little bit. No, come on, go back, back, no, where'd you go? Boo, come back. Where the heck did you disappear to? Did you get stuck on the iron? No, you just disappeared into thin air. Oh, where did that little wire go? Kind of need to find it. Where the heck did it go? I think it just got stuck to the bottom of the soldering tip. So we get to try with the new wire. Very fun. Highly recommend. Would not do again. Oh, did that one just move? Wait a second. What just... Wait. No, that... Wait. No, that one goes up. I don't think anyone touched... Yeah, that doesn't go anywhere. Yeah, alright. Again, this capacitor is right in the way here. Steve getting angry. Steve smash. Oh, come on. No. Ugh. He's gonna curse any moment now. I can feel it. Alright, what we're gonna do is make this better. Oh, very nice. You got Macintosh Iici. Very cool machines. I would highly suggest recapping if it has not already been recapped. Because you don't want to have to do what I'm doing when everything leaks and goes bye-bye and yucky. Those are technical terms. Bye-bye, yucky, kaboomy, yucky. I already said yucky. Oh, come on. Grab the cable. There, wait, no. No! Everyone from the Mac84 crew is just having their head firmly planted over their forehead at this point. Going, jeez. Jeez, Steve. What are you doing here? If it works, it will be all worth it. I find your lack of faith disturbing. See, I can't grip this wire. That's come on. Oh, jeez. Oh, good. Glad the battery is removed. Yeah, if you need any tips, reach out to me. If I can't help you, I know other people who can, but you should be all right doing it yourself. It's as long as those traces look okay. Oh, there's the wire. Was that it? I think it was just hiding in the solder there. All right, well, let's get some of this excess solder away so we can put that chip back on. Yes, the old head desk maneuver. All right, let's clip that. All right, these pads I'm not too concerned about. Obviously, I want to not undo the work I did, and we're going to test continuity in a moment. I just want to get some of the extra solder off that pad there. And putting this chip on is going to be fun on a bun. Golly. All right, steady. Alright, so let's get out that multimeter. Oops. I slapped the microscope with the soldering iron, but thankfully nothing melted, because I'm an idiot. Alright, let's get out the multimeter. Let's see if our fixes actually are fixes, huh? Alright, so let's zoom out here so your plasma televisions don't get burn-in from looking at the same image for the entire time. And this should go here. It does. Yay, that's fixed. Good. Good. Now the problem is, I don't have a fancy laser like Bruce does yet. Mine's on its way. So I can't put UV solder mask all over this and just cure it. Unfortunately, I just don't have the ability to do that. That would be really cool to make sure none of this wiggles around. But I don't have that right now, and it's not sunny enough outside because it's dark out for me to take advantage of that. But I guess what I will do is I will put that chip back on and just pray, because that's all I can do at this point. It's not exactly on the spot it's supposed to be, but it's making the connections. So, all right. Why isn't that be? All right, I was about to say, why isn't that going? I didn't do that one. That was fine. It's a bit wiggly, but that's okay as long as it's touching everything. Probably have to redo this anyway when I get that laser. Just get some of the yucky flux off of here before I replace it with good flux. Well, yeah, there is a high risk of short because I'm not going to cover it with anything. I'm unfortunately aware of that. But unless I have very small strips of electrical tape, I don't think that's going to help me. But the pins of the chip are in such an arrangement where I should not run into an issue. I just have to be extra careful, that's all. Careful? On a Mac84 live stream? I know. But yes, I just simply do not have any way to cure that UV solder mask. And I do want to test this. I don't want to... Unless you guys want me to, I'll postpone it. And just work on another area. Because... Well, how about this? How about let's... let me just take this off of there. Go. Because I do have to take this chip off here. I have a bad feeling that this chip, because look at all the goo around those legs. I have a bad feeling that this chip is in a similar situation to the chip down here, and I have all intention of taking that chip off as well. This one doesn't look as bad. This one just has a lot of the gunk on it from the chip that we were just working on. Ugh. So. I don't think this one has to come off. Obviously, if the thing doesn't boot up, we'll take it off if we have to. But all right. Well, if it meets Bruce's approval. This repair has not been endorsed by Brankus Creations. Brankus Creations takes no responsibility for the foolishness that takes on in this repair. All right. So we have our chip, which we have to clean, actually. We have to clean it a little bit. Maybe. Yeah, there's some gunk on there. This is the fun part, because look how big my nails are. That chip, tiny. That's a tiny chip. So I'm going to flux it up, and then we're going to clean it up. Yeah. Tiny, 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 tiny. You stay there. Oh boy. PowerPC? What are you guys talking about? Ah, yes, a PowerPC upgrade. Yeah, please. You know, there are plenty of PowerPC upgrades for machines that I have. I've never seen them. I've never seen them in person. I've seen them like on Facebook groups and all this stuff. And it's like, they're really cool. I could never afford them because people have decided that they go for stupid amounts of money. But you know what? The bus speeds on that are so slow, so just let it stay a 68K machine, I guess. I don't know. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's cool to upgrade it. I'm just jealous. So I'm just making excuses as to why I prefer my machines to be 68K if they had an upgrade path. Except for the PowerBook 540C, because that would be nice as a PowerPC. Look at that soldered bubble! Yeah, there's definitely some crap between those two legs. Probably what was left of the trace that got left behind there. Oh boy. Well, you could obviously put something cool in there. Sean, that'd be cool. Put a Raspberry Pi in there. Or, I don't know, something. Put a little PC in there. I don't, I'm just rambling at this point. I've been rambling for hours. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Steven? What are you talking about? So let's get some of that gunk. Yeah. Focus! Yeah, I mean, it's like putting a G3 processor into a beige Mac. You could do it, There's no problem with doing it. You just have to understand, or a G3 upgrade is probably a better comparison. You could do it, and they are a lot of fun to do, and it does, you know, let the machine do newer things, but the bus speed drives a lot of factors. You know, access to your memory, your graphics, and all that stuff. If you're upgrading something to a G4 and the bus speed is still 50 megahertz, it's still going to be some bottlenecks there. Now again, you're not trying to be the fastest machine or anything. You're probably just upgrading things for the fun of it. So there's no harm in doing that, but you just gotta, you know, cut your losses at some point. But don't get me wrong, I like upgrading things. They're fun. Hey Trina, haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Haven't live streamed in a while, to be honest. Alright, so we are just cleaning up this chip before we put it back on. There's all sorts of gunk and yucky old solder. Oopsie, the chip went flying! Chip went flying! Watch me, I can fly! Whee! Alright, let's see if this will stay in place. Maybe I need like a microscopic vise. Here we go. Wick is good. Wick is good. Pills are good. All right, let's get that over. Let's turn that around. I cannot even imagine like the work that Jay does on his modern Macs, like the MacBooks and stuff. This stuff can be very tiny in my opinion. I can't even imagine working on some of that stuff. No, thank you. I have a hard enough time keeping my hands steady on this. No worries. Sleep is very important. Sleep is good. I like sleeping. All right, that looks a little dirty, but we'll clean that up a little bit. Yeah, I think that could go for a lot of things, Nick. A lot of this stuff is like, who in their right mind would have thought that any crazy person like us would be using these machines 30 years into the future? It's pretty crazy. I should get Blue Tech. You were the second person to mention that. I will probably go to the dollar store or the pharmacy and do that at some point. But right now, I'll just use what I got. I don't got it, so ain't gonna do that. But good suggestion. So just getting some of that gunk out of here. This part especially. Ugh, yeah. Get away. Get away. That's a wobbly one. Be careful on that one. Alright. I'd say that's good enough, I suppose. Let's go back to our board. And I believe this chip has the stripe facing down, because of the way that little diagram is. So the chip would go with the stripe facing down. I'm going to double check on the picture I took. Where's the picture I took? That's a different chip. That doesn't help me. I think that's a picture of a chip on another machine. Yeah, but I believe it's excuse me. I believe that chip face is downward, and we have some solder balls here. Look at that. Well, those are going to be fun to get off the board, and by fun I mean a pain in the butt. Ugh, boy. That's what happens when you fix computers. Nobody came here to see you sing, Steven. And why didn't you put flux on this? You dolt. You dolt. Alright, come on. You don't need tweezers to pick this up, Steven. You have fingers. Let's hope all our trace work does not float away. That would be a nightmare. I mean, all of the machines have brittle plastic these days compared to when they were made. But the LC500 series is they could be brittle. Now I have one that, knock wood, is pretty rock solid. But you know, depending on how they were stored and when they were made, who knows? But they can be very brittle, especially the plastic areas that you, yeah, like the Axis store, like Matt is saying. But secretly, you're all here for the singing. I have to release my new album then. All right. So let's put this chip back where it belongs. This is gonna be a fun solder job. This is a 2CI that I have not, well, I actually recapped this before. Yeah, I think that'll look good. But I never really got it. It doesn't turn on. That's the problem. So we're trying to resolve that now. Be very careful here. So we do not want to heat up that wire. I'm gonna have to come back and check a lot of these points. Not going to look pretty, but in fact, let me swap this around. Much better soldering on my right side here. I wish I had 40 of them, then I probably wouldn't be spending the time to fix this thing. I only have 2 of them. I remember I got one from my aunt. She worked at a school. I don't remember how I got the other one. I need more solder. What the heck? Okay, I think those are touching. Alright, so let's use our multimeter here and just double check nothing is going to anything it shouldn't. Helps if the multimeter is turned on. Yes, Claire, I would agree with you on that, especially since the component sizes are vastly different. The new MacBooks, everything is, you need a microscope. These you could kind of work with a magnifying glass or any, but I mean those new machines are just oof. Yeah. Too small for me. All right, and then let's see. That trace goes around here. Just making sure nothing is bridging. Well, that's okay. That's supposed to be touching each other. That one, I believe, is supposed to be. Let me look at the picture I took. Yes, I think. Hold on. So this goes up here. The one below here. Right. So the trace that goes. Oh yeah. No, that's supposed to be touching. Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. All right. All right. Oh boy, yes, you've come to the right place, Emily. If you have any questions about how to get this stuff working, or what capacitors to replace, or common issues, Bruce has an excellent website, recapamac.com or recapamac.com.au, and he has resources for pretty much the majority of the vintage Macs out there. And I would highly suggest checking that out, because that is an excellent resource. Excellent resource. What I am doing now, I'm just putting this cap back on where we took it off previously, because I want to try and power this thing on, and we need the capacitor to do that. I'm just doing this very quickly. In fact, I do need the microscope for this because it is right where that chip is, and I don't want to screw it up. That one, dummy. Where are you? There you are. I had them in the right hands the first time. It's not the prettiest, but it will work, hopefully. Need more solder. Okay. All right. Anybody have a good reason why I shouldn't turn this on? Speak now or forever hold your peace. This is when he died in that one episode where he didn't do it. He died. Now, there were some solder balls by that chip, so I'm going to take a look at that real quick, because we don't want that to spoil the party. But there's also, I did remove some solder from this, so I'm just going to, there we go, just splash that a little bit. Yes, I will double check my work. Thank you. Alright, so what I'm going to do here is there were some solder balls that we saw around and under this chip. I will try and remove all the ones I could see, especially on this leg there. Let me zoom in for you there. Look at how many. They're just like a whole. There's an orchard of solder balls. An orchard's not a right word for it, but it's a batch of them. Got a batch of balls. Does not sound right. Does not sound right. Yes, check your smoke detectors, check your carbon monoxide alarms, all that fun stuff. Ooh, look at that. Look at that leg. That is barely hanging on. Oh, that's going to be fun to work with if we have to. Hopefully we don't have to. Oh, boy. Yow. Look at that. Just hanging on for dear life. There's some crud under this one too. Yeah, I bet there's some corrosion and broken traces under that chip too. Awesome. Awesome to the max. Alright, let's see. Now we do have a bunch of flex here, but that shouldn't harm anything. He's not tubby, he's just a bit flexy. Alright. Yo, I'm not gonna touch that leg right now, because if I have to take that off, I want to do it then. I don't want to stress it out before I do it, because I've been burned like that before. Alright, so who says we turn this thing on? Oh boy. It is a bit flexy in there. It is a bit flexy, but you know what? We are not finished with this board yet. Obviously, if we get this thing to work, there's going to be tons more work on here to just, you know, clean it up and make it look nice and future-proof it by putting some UV solder mask and stuff like that on it. But let's give it a shot. Those of you with weak constitutions, you may want to refrain from watching this, because thing may go boom. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, I should not have said that. That's just asking for trouble. No one is responsible for the crap that goes on here except me. And I'm only partially responsible. Because who would trust me with this stuff? I need like little things of here, cardboard. There we go. That'll work. It's good when you open packages and just leave crap all on the ground, because then you have stuff to put things on. I just don't want this resting in a weird spot. There we go. That's a little more secure. Alright, let's plug in the speaker. And we'll see if this has done anything. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Is it be really good or really bad? Ah, no! And still nothing. Let's try a keyboard. And it looks like we're gonna have to take that other chip off, huh? Nope. No life. Yep, I said some of those chips look suspect, so we'll just have to be, oh, come on, get out of there. We'll have to be, continuing our efforts then, that's all. That's all. It's alright, guys. It's alright. I'm hungry and I want to eat dinner, but, you know, we have soldering to do. We have soldering to do. Hey, Mr. Chip. I'm assuming your gender, and I'm going to burn you off the board. No, Jay, I will not make the same mistake you did. I I kid, I kid, I kid. Again, this soldering gun is noisy, and yeah, it's gonna make rattling noises afterwards, so sorry. I see solder balls. Whee! Oh yeah, that has a bunch of crud under it. You could just see. Oh boy. Look at that. Yeah, the chip's leg is still there, kinda. Oh my goodness. That's getting a screenshot for the Hall of Fame there. Hold on. Hold, please. Could take a picture. Oh boy. Yeah, so there's this one big thick trace area that looks like it's completely gone, and we might have multiple breaks too. I'm just very curious. Sorry again about the noise from the heat gun as it cools down. Let's see. Of course it beeps, you son of a... Alright, this doesn't beep. So that was broken. And this doesn't beep. Alright, so we have 3 broken things here. 1, 2, 3. This looks okay, but we'll fix it. Yeah, there's tons of solder balls here. This is Solder Ball City. Population, you. Let's get all this crap out of here. Dr. Flux has arrived. I mean, this is what happens when capacitors leak on a board and sit there for 15, 20 years. Nothing a careful restoration and cleaning couldn't fix. Hopefully. Yuck! Yeah, I mean, hey, it may look bad now, but we're gonna try. Why the heck not? What have I got to lose? It's already quote-unquote broken. So... we have the tools. We have the technology. Just don't want to spend a lot of money. Oh, sorry. The fan was pointing right at the microphone. Let me know if that's better. I pointed it away. And these are the things that are hard for me to figure out because I don't listen to myself. Probably should, but I don't. Do I have any foam pad? I have bubble wrap. Or what are you hearing? Like weird vibrations and crap? Foam pad. What would I have? Alright, hold on. I see some. Let me get up. 7th inning stretch. Ow. Here's foam. It's not that thick, but it's something. I'm going to mute myself for a minute. That's any better. Hopefully that doesn't make the microphone fall off this table here. But that's what I'm going to do for now. Let me know if that works any better. It's part of the experience. Sorry. Didn't realize it was that bad, folks. Thank you for telling me, though. Otherwise, I would have been blissfully unaware. Most track balls are easy to clean. The ball usually comes right off. I have a Kensington Orbit. It's an old one. That was okay to clean. You probably have a different one, though. You probably have maybe one of the old ADB ones or the eyeball one. But yeah, still going. I'm actually probably going to take a break for dinner, but I'm very eager to still work on this. So, yeah. I just got some leftover Chinese food to warm up. So, I don't have to cook or anything, but, well, that's nasty. This is still the 2SI. What we have done, Dana, is we took off one of these chips, and you could see all the lovely hints that we had to do some trace work here. And there's one that goes here, there's one that goes there, there's all sorts of goodies, because just like this, all these accompanying capacitors were so happy to spread their capacitor juice joy and just break all these things here. So we do have a few breaks here that we are trying to clean up. And this is right next to, I believe, the startup circuitry. So, yeah, we kind of need that working. You kind of want that to work here. Just trying to get some of all this crap out of here. And don't worry, this will get a deep cleaning in the ultrasonic cleaner at some point, because yeah, I understand there's a lot of crap that's all over this board now. Solder Ball City. That sounds like you know, that there's that guy that makes the good music. That narrows it down. The guy who makes like the Retro Grooves album, and Anders Edgar Jensen. I can't pronounce. I'm bad at remembering exact pronunciations. That dude, he can make a song titled Solder Ball City. I think that would fit the aesthetic of his 80s songs. Hopefully the vibrations are minimized. If not, sorry. Oh, just look, all that dirt, disgusting. hopefully, I don't know if you have similar problems, Dana, but and a bunch of motorcycles are going by. You can probably hear them. Hopefully yours is not as fun as this. Okay, all right. Okay, so let me yeah, I gotta flex this up. Flex it up, boys! Flex it up! Woo! There's always a hair. There was always a... Darn bunnies. Just want to coat this here. I should scrape that away more too. What I stopped doing that. There's not a fan touching the mic, but the fan's on the same surface. I've turned the fan off. Let me know if that resolved the situation. No. I'm just doing a scrapety. I'm just cleaning this up a little bit. That's all. Nothing too exciting, I assure you. But thank you for letting me know. Alright, this looks like it didn't go anywhere. That just was like an anchoring one. Oh, there's always Sonic Crescendos on eBay, and they're so expensive. I should have put more flux on there, you stupid ends. Read your fragile. Uh-oh. Am I out of flux? I'm out of flux. I have to go get the flux that's upstairs in the parcel. Package, whatever you want to call it. I need more solder. Solder! There's still a lot of crud over here. Ooh, you have a Star Max. Emily, forgive me if I've asked this of you before, but if you have pictures of your Macintosh clone there, I would love to include it. I'm doing a video series on Macintosh clones. I'm working on part 1 now, which doesn't cover PowerPC stuff, but eventually I have a small collection of user-submitted photos of various Macintosh clones. If you'd like yours to be featured, I would credit you in the picture, of course, and all that stuff. Feel free to email me at Mac84TV, that's Mac84TV, at gmail.com. I'd love to include a picture, if you wouldn't mind. That would be fun. I love seeing the different user setups of Mac clones, different configurations, and all that stuff. There's a ton of them, so... Hopefully you still have that, Dana. Hopefully you do. That needs to be clipped. I won an auction once of a bunch of Sonic cards, and I think it was about $30 or so, or $40. It wasn't much because I didn't have a job then. It must have been like birthday money or something like that. This is way back when, obviously. But they were all G3 cards. I think there was like 233 megahertz and 300 or something like that. And yeah, I still have them. A lot of them were for the Performa 6100 series, which is pretty cool. So, load it up. Nice. You have sent me pictures. Okay, great. I just couldn't remember exactly. There was like I posted on Facebook and I posted on Reddit, and I got to say I got a pretty good response from a lot of folks. So I look forward to sharing all those pictures. All right, that doesn't look too bad. There's one area right here that I want to just. There we go. Now let's see if obviously we have to fix this here because that's a big problem. But let's see if anything else is actually making a connection. Ooh, DevNull 2020. Sorry. That is cool. I don't think I have too many pictures of a Radius machine. So if you have a photo of that and you'd like to send it along, again, Mac84TV@gmail.com would be greatly appreciated. Well, that's interesting. This wasn't connecting before, and now I scrumped away all the gunk from that. I think that's a solid connection. I'm going to leave that. Yeah, so we just got to fix that. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Just going to try heating this area here. Of course, I need the solder to be on the bottom of the tip, not the top. Come on, work with me here. Probably need more flux. Awesome, that would be a lot of fun. Like I said, it's really cool looking at these systems because there were so many configurations, especially because these machines were meant to be, a lot of them were meant to be powerhouses. So it's really cool to see some of the configurations and such. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to put a wire down there. I don't think that's gonna fix itself there. We're just rinsing and repeating. I know I'm getting crap in areas I shouldn't, but right, let me try and clean this out a little bit, and then hopefully I could get a wire to stick down there. That should be fairly easy. Oh, solder ball. Right, if you hear any other weird noises, that is my stomach grumbling. Got a grumbly stomach. Let's see, would that be too big? Nope, that'd be perfect. All right. Dana, that would be fantastic. All right, where are my tweezers at? Good tweezers here. All right, and cut this because that wire does not need to be anywhere near that long. Oh, where'd it go? I have a very, very bad luck here with these wires because I know you can't see what I'm doing, but well, you could sort of in the little camera view here. I'm just trying to burn off the excess and just strip it, and then I go to cut it and the wire goes flying. Right, that one stayed still. That was good. All right, let's do that again. No, Jay, don't. No. Where's that band button? I have to test that out. Okay. All right. So we have this little cable here. Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Who am I? With this little cable here, we're going to go boop right in the center there. Hopefully that'll stick. Oh, come on, just go in. This is going to be fun. I'm going to have to swap. I'm going to do this with my left hand. Ugh. Ah, almost had it. That's close enough. That's fine. You'll fix it in post. I didn't rip part of that trace off, did I? What did I do? No, I don't think so. Okay, cool. Got a little scared there for a second. Alright. Alright, let's clean this up. It's time to put that chip back on. Yes, this wire is thicker than what I was using before. That was intentional. Copper hot. Ow. Why do I always select the Q-tip that I thought I didn't use before, but I obviously didn't? It's in disgusting shape, and then when I put it on the board, it gets all ooky. Time for a new one. That's all right, Trina. We will wait until you get back to do anything fun. Alrighty. Alrighty. I think that looks okay. It's not the prettiest, but I think it'll work. Let's take a picture of that. The via under that wire is still black. It is. I just thought that was because everything was eaten away. But let's do a little test here, because I'm sure that goes to something under it. Let's see if that's making a connection under it. It's a very good point you bring up. Let's see here. Well, I found the spot it goes to. Resistor 4.9. So, I mean, it is making continuity there, Bruce. I did stick that wire pretty far down when I saw the whatchamacallit, the solder there. So you could see it did sort of, well, you can't because the focus is terrible. There you go. So although there is black around it, it is making connection to the other side. So hopefully that will do the trick there. But very good suggestion to double check to make sure it's actually connecting to where it's supposed to connect. What the heck would the point be if it didn't? That'd be silly. All right, so let's clean that chip off because it is undoubtedly in rough shape. I'm sure we're getting a nice burn mark in the center of this where we've been cleaning these chips off. All right, so let's. That's right. We're out of flux. A little. There's a little bit more there. There we go. All right. Welcome back. All right. What was I doing? Solder. I mean, honestly, I think those two chips were the worst looking on the board. So, those breaks could certainly be part of the issue. I'm not going to say that it's the entire problem here, but it certainly wouldn't hurt to get that all fixed up. Ow. Hey, John. The Mac 2 is not too bad of a machine to repair because some of the models give you a few different options of what types of caps to use. If you do not have the means to resolve that yourself, and you would like me to take a look at it, I would be happy to do so. If you go to my website, Mac84.net, there is a services button you could click on after you click on the modern button to get to the blog site. And there's a Google form you could fill out, and I could give you a quote of the turnaround time and how much it would cost and everything. But those machines are generally not too bad. The one thing that goes bad in those is the batteries, and the batteries are required to start the machine up. So even if everything works, but the batteries are dead, that's going to be a problem. Now, I do have replacement battery holders because most of those machines, the batteries were just soldered onto the board because nobody thought 30 years later anybody would be using those. So, John, the problem with that board, it might just be not capacitor leakage, which could be. I mean, the board is old. It could be susceptible to that, obviously. But the batteries could also be dead. There is a trick to sort of jumpstart it to try and differentiate what the problem is, but that still wouldn't resolve the issue of having those crummy old batteries soldered on there, needing some replacements there. So that is definitely something you probably want to look into, even if you don't send the board for me to do it myself, just to be aware for your own adventures, I guess. Yeah, that is not a happy leg there. That's the not happy leg. We gotta be careful with that. But yeah, the Macintosh 2 is a great machine. I picked one up a few years ago. I think I paid a little over $100, but it came with a monitor and a video card in it, so it wasn't too bad of a deal. Ever so slight leakage. And yes, Bruce has seen many more Mac 2s than I have. Thankfully, my Mac 2 was in pretty good shape, so I didn't really have to worry about traces. I actually got it to boot up. The battery was the only issue, and I would replace the capacitors just because I had to eventually. But yeah, there's a good chance there could be some trace damage on it too. So. Ah, okay. So you did. All right, good. So you are on a good track with that. So yes, it could be capacitor related or just trace damage there. So, unfortunately, it is very difficult to, get a very good look at those without something like a microscope. You probably don't need the exact one I have or anything like that. But if you were attempting to do it yourself, I would highly suggest some type of magnification there, because some of those traces are very difficult to see that they have anything wrong with it at all until you're quite zoomed in. I would actually say a magnification of some type is required for most trace damage. Unless you're dealing with something quite large and quite apparent. But all right, this is not going to be the cleanest chip, but I'm being very delicate here. I don't want to damage this further here. I know I have more than 3,000 subscribers now. Thank you everybody who subscribed. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please consider doing so. It really does help my channel grow. I think I have 3,000, almost 3,300 at this point. I am gonna do a giveaway. I just gotta have time to film the video and stuff. Maybe that'll be part of the video I do on this coming Friday, but we shall see. But thank you very much. I greatly appreciate all the subscribers. It's really funny because if I look at the stats of my videos, because YouTube gives you a lot of stats you can look at, a lot of the people who watch my videos are not subscribed, which surprises me, but it also doesn't, because you have people who are coming from their phones or whatever, they're suggested to something, and maybe they just, they're not the type that wants to subscribe. But it's really nice when I do get folks that do subscribe, so it lets me know that I'm doing something right and people are enjoying the content. Yeah, there's a lot of yucky stuff and solder balls and all sorts of fun stuff on the legs of this chip here. Any suggestions, Bruce, for getting this out, or is it just a tedious process like this? I mean, ugh. I'm not too backlogged. I do have some floppy drives to repair. I have another SE30 board coming on my way. A lot of people have said they'd send things, they just haven't sent them out yet. But if you send me go to Mac84.net, click on that modern button, and then submit one of the little Google Forms once you click on the services link there, I'll let you know where I am with things by the time you do that. So, but yes, there have been quite a few requests coming in, and not just Mac stuff. Justin sent in some IBM floppy drives to fix, so I'm waiting on the capacitors for that to do that job, because that was something I did for my IBM, which worked well. It fixed the problem I was having, and I was able to fix Mike's as well. But the traces and the capacitors are very tiny, so you need the type of tools to do that. Alcohol in a toothbrush. Yes, I will be doing that, Bruce. That is what I did with the other chip, and I will be doing that. I'm just trying to get the big chunks out of here. And I know I'm going to have to scrub very delicately because this leg does not want to stay on there. Sure, yeah, that's completely up to you. If you want to send me something and have it live, that's preferable, because a lot of the time I will do client boards live just because I have to get through them, and it's mutually beneficial to the both of us. I think it's just hardware, so it's not anything too personal. Obviously, there's no data shown or anything like that, but some people don't want their stuff streamed live, and I understand that for whatever reason that may be. But actually, that hasn't been requested yet. So most of the people are like, "Oh, I want to see you do it." So cool. No worries, Devno. Thank you very much for subscribing. Okay, so let's use the where did I put that? I have a little cap that I use as a bowl here, because the bowl I have is upstairs. I left it up there. A little plastic thing, not a bowl, but a little thing. Using technical terms here. And so I'm just going to take this little chip here and clean it up. I'll wait till next year on my LC3. It works fine for now. Honestly, Hot Rod, I would not do that. These things are deteriorating, and I'm not just saying this as a plug for my service, because honestly, you bring it to me and I'll take the caps off the board, and then you could pay me afterwards, after I recap it whenever you have the funds to do so or whatever. Because unfortunately, these machines and those caps, it's a ticking time bomb, man. So, I mean, look, it's your machine, do whatever you want to it. I'm not trying to pressure you or anything like that. But I had a few machines like that, including my Quadra 840 AV. I'm like, it's fine. It's fine. And now it don't work no more, and it's very sad. Very sad. All right, so let's. Sorry that you guys a bit out of focus here. Let me try and zoom out a little bit. There we go. All right. Yes, I need to recap a lot of PowerBooks. In fact, Mike from Mike's Mac Shack might be the first PowerBooks I'm going to recap. The displays have some issues, but I believe they turn on. I do have some spare parts for PowerBook 160 and 165, which I believe are the models he brought over. Because I got one of those from an e-waste place, a similar one, rather, not his, but a similar one, that's in pretty rough shape. The screen is just destroyed, but the rest of the machine might be useful if parts are needed. But I haven't done a PowerBook yet, surprisingly, and a lot of them have screen-related issues and stuff like that. This chip is just flying around. Whee! But yeah. I have quite a few PowerBooks, so I gotta do them. This one, I'm just gonna. There's just nasty. You could kind of see just the grime just on the sides of this chip here. Yes, that PowerBook that I had, the 3400 or whatever, that was a flatulent model. Oh yeah, that leg is very wobbly. We're gonna leave that alone. I say that and then I go back and prod it. Can't leave well enough alone, can you, Steven? You know I can't. Why are you even asking that question? I'm just asking. Great, now he's talking to himself. Oh, sorry to scare you guys raising my voice. That was a Quadra 610. I actually got that to work. And maybe I'll do a video on that. Because I meant to do a video on that. Because that was a very cool find. Got a bunch of goodies with that. And it just didn't work. So I couldn't do a video on it. But maybe that's what I'll do. Everyone loves a good unboxing video. And that's exactly what that was. It was one that came in the box. So, all right, time to, I think, put this back on the board. If I could get my camera settled here. There we go. It's under a wire. That's why. All right, everything looked good there. So we're gonna put a bunch of flux there. Very good memory, Nick. Very good memory. Jeez, I picked it up a while ago. In the olden days, when you could go outside. All right. All right. And, we have been going for a while here. I am pretty hungry. Been going for 3 hours and 21 minutes here. So, I'm going to be putting this chip on. If this does not work, which it may not, we might have to split this into another session. And of course, the pin that is fragile is the pin that is going to be sitting on top of that wire. And I kind of have to bend that pin ever so slightly up. Oh boy, this is not a good idea. You should just leave it alone. You shouldn't bend it. No, I'm not. I'm just going to push on the chip so it's going to bend slightly on its own. Maybe. It's fine. It'll be fine. Solder is solder. Alright, let's see if we get this work here. I don't know what this outside is I speak of. I haven't seen the sun in ages. Ooh, look at some of that crud. Drag solder, you love to drag solder, drag solder. I think that's okay. Sorry that was kind of out of focus, but I don't know. Let's see. First off, there's some charred bits here that we want to get off of the board. That might, yeah, there's the wire I lost. We'll get that out of the way. I think those two chips were the ones that look the worst. Let me just test the continuity here. Just want to make sure these legs are actually touching those pads, because the chip is a little bit raised. Alright, and we're going to leave that solder in place for now, but let's see. That chip here was close to the caps, and there is some yucky business on the top of those pins, but you know, everything else kind of looks okay, so I'm not too concerned. Some gunk here. Yeah, I mean, I think those were the only two chips that I noticed that were close to capacitors and made a mess. I mean, there's this here. Now this chip, yeah, there's this over here that, I mean, it's obviously making a connection there. But, you know, that's not probably a good thing either. Over here, there's a little bit. Yeah, so this is not a one stream thing, unfortunately. Then we have some of the less essential sound chips over here. This guy is a bit cruddy, and that's from another time. That was fun. Don't do that, kids. That was a fun one. So yeah, this board has problems, and I guess all we could do is see if that resolved what we were trying to do. Resolved our problem. But see, I can't even speak anymore, which means it's probably time to wrap this stream up in a little bit. So let's see. I'm actually getting a little bit lightheaded because my stomach has been growling for probably over an hour. And yeah, let's see. Who wants me to test this, see if it turns on? I do. Keyboard. That's that right over here. All right, let's actually just unplug this here and plug that in there. We'll leave this keyboard over here so it is not in any dangerous pathways here. I'm intrigued. Oh boy. Sorry, Bruce. Okay, let's just inspecting my work and praying. Let's not break anything more, huh? There actually is some... There was like some of that like dirty crap from before. All right, so let's put that there. Let's put this here. As we press the eject key on our keyboard, and the CD drive comes out. CD drive, DVD drive. You know what I mean. All right, folks. We got the speaker plugged in. Got our power supply in. Let's hope we don't toast anything. Moment of truth. Nope. Oh, it turned on. It turned on. No chime, but it turned on. Holy smoke. All right, so we got no chime, but those circuits by the soundboard look a little weird. So, who knows? Who knows? So, it turns off too. Let's press the power button on the keyboard. Turns right on. Again, no chime, but... progress. Progress. Alright, I'm going to mute the microphone. I'm going to move it over. I'm going to plug a screen into this, because why the heck not? And let's see if it does anything. My goodness. You value my time, don't you? Oh, boy. All right, so we have our Performa monitor, which I kind of have a love-hate relationship with. But we'll see if anything happens here. Alright, so this has onboard video, so I'm just going to plug this. Oh, that might be the floppy drive slot. Hold on. Oopsie. No, that's the floppy drive. This is the video. Alright, there we go. We're going to plug that in. Turn on our monitor. Oh, if you go to the home page, and you so go to Mac84.net, click on, well, let me just put a link in the chat. How about that? That would probably be for the best there. Now I have domains that forward, so the link is not going to be Mac84.net. It's going to be something different when I paste it in the chat. But let me send you the link directly now. Let me send that right over. One moment, please. Oh, thank you, Jay. You beat me to it. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, that is exactly where you go. Just read that. There's a little page with some text on it. Scroll this down. Scroll down, and then you'll find what you need there. All right, so monitor's turned on. Let's try that again. All right, no video, but that's not surprising. The thing's actually turning on now. That's a huge improvement. Huge improvement. Yeah, that's an improvement there. Now, it's not even doing a death chime, but yeah, some of the areas by the sound chip looks a little suspect, especially the right audio chip. Let me try one more thing. Oh, you see that? The monitor sort of flickered there. Yes, I do have RAM in it. I have 4 matching 1 MB sims or DIMMs or whatever you want to call them, whatever they are, in bank A. Let me plug my SCSI 2SD in just to see if we get any activity from that. Alright, SCSI light went on for a second. Let's see if it starts to flicker to see if it wants to boot up. Hey, look at that! Yes! Oh boy! Alright, let's try and get you to boot. Yes! Oh man, that booted up quick. Whoever said this board was trashed, man. Oh man. Oh, where's my mouse? I just had it. This is amazing. Woohoo! Oh, that is cool. Oh, that is so rewarding. I gotta tell you. Very rewarding. I'll get a better image on the screen. One moment, folks. Woohoo! Hey, thanks, Jay, for the super chat. Eep! Oh boy. All right, let's see. We have our 4 MB of memory registered. Oh man, it was me. You are the man. Thank you. It was a group effort. All right, let me. Oh, sorry. I'm not looking at OBS here. I'm looking at your chat. So I'm trying to see where the thing is. All right, cool. So we do not have sound still, but that could be that chip there that maybe is the problem. But oh man, I am so pumped that this thing is actually working. All right, let's go to colors, baby. 256 colors. Let's celebrate by the colorful desktop pattern, huh? How do you make the pattern go? Oh, thank you very much, Bruce. Eep! Oh boy. And Dana, oh my goodness. Now we got a competition here. Thank you, Dana. Eep! Oh man. This is cool. This is very, very cool. All right, let's see something here. I want to see something in color. I think Tetris is in color here. Oh man, this is just exciting. This means that one of my 2CI, 2CX is actually it's going to be functional. Now, the reason I'm also opening up Tetris is for sound. I don't think that. Oh boy, thank you, Jay. Eep. This plays some music, and yeah, there is no sound now. I'm going to plug in. Yes, exactly, Nick. I have a pair of headphones I'll plug in, but I think that sound chip would drive both. So I don't think that's really going to be a solution here. But oh, you know what? That's what I need. Is there brightness on here? Yeah, there it is. Oh, look at that! Look at that! No, I said I gave Dana an eep. Eep. There's an extra eep just to even you out. Sorry, that's probably making the microphone sound awful. Thank you, Bruce. Eep! Oh man, you guys are awesome. Thank you, very much appreciated. I don't know, this is just nuts. Oh man, all right, let's see, make sure the keyboard works. Again, no sound, but we'll get to that. Oh man, I can't believe this thing is working. I really can't. I hoped it would be something like that we would come across, but I almost didn't stream today because I was kind of tired, but I'm like, you know what, I haven't done in a while. Let me just do it, and I'm glad I did. Alright, you didn't come here to watch me play Tetris. Alright, so, let's, well, I'm glad everyone enjoys hanging out in the chat, and thank you everybody for the super chats, my friends. Very, very, very generous of you. So let me open up, yeah, that's not going to work. Let's make him do 3 hours after dinner. Yes, now I get to do all that solder masking, which means I get to take off those chips. That's going to be fun. Oh, man, what could we do? What could we do? Well, we could try and fix our sound issue. That's the next step here. I do have a pair of speakers, actually, that are plugged into my Mac Pro, which I can just plug into that. So let me bend down, yank them out of my Mac Pro here, and let's plug these in. There's a set of powered speakers. Let me make sure they're still turned on. Alright, yep, that is still turned on. So let me plug this in. Whoop, it didn't like that. Okay. Oh, thank you very much, DevNull. That's very much appreciated. Eep! So for those of you who are new, whoever gets the, gives me a super chat or a sticker or one of those what's-its, I give them an eep. And that is my trademark thank you. So we just plugged in some speakers. And... oh, we got sound. Okay. So we got sound out of the external. That's a good sign. Let's go back to Tetris. See if we hear those sweet Tetris tunes. A little loud. Sorry. Okay, so is this speaker even plugged in correctly? Yeah, maybe there's a trace by the speaker or something, but sweet sounds of Mother Russia. Awesome. Oh boy. Yeah, so there is yes, definitely something with the speaker just on board that we can play around with. But holy crow, I'm happy this thing worked. All right. Next thing I want to play around with, well, not the next thing, but I do have this fancy video scaler here. And technically I should be able to just plug this big old VGA cable into that and see if we could display that on the screen for you guys. Maybe. We'll see. Let's see if that wants to work here. Alright, let's see. Why do old Macs make my day? I don't know, but they make my day too, man. Where's my VGA adapter? Here it is. Why am I singing? I don't know. Alright, now we have a Macintosh 2 system that we actually test video cards on because the video works. Now that is very strange that when I first turned this on there was no video, but yeah. eBuy05. Eep, thank you very, very much. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. Basically what fixed this is, first off, just a recapping was done a few months ago. But essentially there are a few chips as part of the startup circuitry that are required to start up the machine properly. And the traces around those looked a little funky. But also the problem was that sorry, I'm just reading this thing here. That there were traces and corrosion under those chips that you could not... Oopsie, look what happened here. Yeah, something is still a little funky with this because we got some jail bars here. So very hard to see it on camera. But yeah, something is still not 100% right with this. This could use a very good ultrasonic cleaning. Let's reboot this. Make sure... Well, that's probably going to make it worse, but... Yeah, so we got some... probably by the video circuitry or something. Yeah, so we got some work to do here. We got some work to do, definitely. But this is a very good sign from not working at all. So I'm going to shut this down for now. But that's okay. That's okay. We have to fix a few things here. Turn this monitor off. Turn it back to me. I am just plugging this in here. I'm actually curious. Let's see. Let's plug a second monitor in here. I want to see if that video issue happens on a second monitor, or if it's just the built-in video, which honestly I could live with if it's just the built-in video. But it's weird because it sort of happened just all of a sudden. So there's no room on my desk. Let's plug you in there. But yeah, I mean, that it very well just could be that it's not happy. Good night, DevNo. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you for stopping by. Alright, so let's make sure everything is plugged in here properly. And let's turn this monitor on, because that needs to be on if we're going to be doing anything here. Yeah, let me, you know what? Oh, boy. Yeah, I do want to continue this. I'm going to take like a half-hour break to eat. So, Jay, if you want to come back around like 11:30-ish, probably won't take that long. But I'll leave the be right back thing up with the estimated time of return, so everybody can return when they want to. But it's going to take me about 15 minutes or so to heat up the food, and probably another 15 to eat it. And that's being a little generous for time, maybe. All right, so let's see if this boots up on the second screen also. Maybe. These VGA to DB15 adapters are always fun. Oh, we got a SuperMax screen up there. And it helps. It would help if this monitor was turned on, you know. It would help if the monitor was turned on. Yeah, so we still get the pinstripes on this monitor, but not on that one. So it is the built-in video circuitry that is likely having some issues here. But, let's... There we go. Press the space bar. Oh, okay, it's booting up. Oh, I never saw that before. So the SuperMac card was like, press the space bar, because I guess it wants this to be the primary video? I don't know how that works. Well, let me show it on your screen so you can actually see. I'm using an ADB mouse on the Mac Pro. That's not going to help. 1 second. There we go. Sorry about that. Sometimes the audio messes up when I switch between things. Yeah, let's ooh, see now it's like going, it's coming and going. It's getting worse. Let's reboot. So now the pinstripes are away. I think this is System 6. Now, does System 6 let you mirror displays? I'm not sure. System 6 is not the system I'm most familiar with. It does. It even has a custom logo on the bottom. It's fancy. Let's see. Identify. Yeah, that's monitor 2. Oh, there we go. Drag the menu bar. So... changes won't take effect until restart. Alright, well... let's reboot. Yeah, I always like the SuperMac logo. Yeah, it still puts the cursor on this screen. Maybe just because there's not a PRAM battery in there. Or maybe System 6 just doesn't like it. Also could be do with this RAM disk thing I have set up. So I go back to monitors. Yeah, it didn't really take, but let's put some... Oopsie. Sorry about that. I hit the wrong thing on the cursor, on the trackpad thing. Let's see if we can get... oh, there we go. Wait, what was that? There we go. Oh my, look at the resolution. It's so tiny. Oh my goodness. That is, yeah. Wow. That is tiny. What a graphics card this is. Woo. Oh, yeah, this is a Spectrum 824 PDQ. So that I have no control of the resolution in this operating system. But how much memory do we have? We have 4 megs. Let's put more in and let's try and boot System 7. Oh, you know what? All right, let me stop myself here because I'm going to get very hungry. Well, I am hungry already. Let me take a little bit of a break. I will put up the be right back thing. The music will get repetitive, but if you want to mute it, I would leave this machine on just to keep you company. But I'm very fearful that this thing will spontaneously combust while I'm not looking at it. But yes, this is dual monitors right now. I don't have the other screen showing. Well, I could do a transition here. Oopsie, there we go. Prepare for some flicker. But yeah, this is the main screen. The other screen is over there. That's through the capture device there. But yeah, we have dual monitors set up here. Yeah, so those stripes went away. Interesting. Yeah, definitely something that's going on with this machine. Yeah. I do have an SD card with System 7.5, so I'm going to take a little break, and then we'll boot that up and see if we can play around with it again. We're also going to look at the board again. We're going to see if we could, again, this transition button's not playing with, there we go. We're going to see if we could get the sound on the speaker to work. And we're going to keep going for a little while. So I'll be back in like 15-20 minutes probably. And if you want to stick around, that's great. I will send a tweet out when I'm back. So if you don't want to leave the window open, you don't have to. I'll send a tweet out if you follow me on Twitter at Mac84TV, and I'll let you guys go. But yeah, you guys tinker around, do whatever you want while you wait. And I'm gonna go grab something. But this is very exciting. Very excited to play around with this. And I will see you guys in a little bit. Thank you very much. Okay, sorry about that. Well, I had to eat, so let me just send out the little tweet I promised to send out when I was gonna come back. I guess I could just retweet my own tweet. That's kind of weird, but I already have the link in there and everything. Quote tweet. Let's take a picture of me. I don't want a picture of me. There we go. Live composing a tweet. Okay, cool. Put the phone back there. All right. Oh boy. Okay. So, we'll see how many hours I can last, Jay. All right. So everyone had some good answers for their favorite Macintosh 2s. John, that's very intriguing about the Star Wars opening chord for the chime. I never heard of that before. I'm gonna have to look that up. That's very cool. All right. John says he got a few Macs cheap at Goodwill back in 2009, 2010, about $5-10 each. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. But yeah, that's what happens. You stuff them away and you don't get to them for a while. Yes. It was actually interesting to me that the Quadra 700 only had 2 NUBA slots. I mean, that's a bit of a downgrade, I guess, depending on how you look at it, but maybe you didn't need built-in video anymore. But hello everybody. Welcome to, I guess, part 2 of this. So let me adjust the camera a little bit here. And so, for those of you who missed part 1, which was the first 4 hours of this stream, I can't believe it's been 4 hours, but okay. Yep, that built-in video and Ethernet do make up for one less slot. I can give it that. What we did was we took apart, and a good look at rather, our Macintosh 2 CI here. But the problem was it wouldn't turn on at all. No life at all. So Bruce gave me some suggestions of areas to focus on, which were the chips D3, D4, D5, D6, Q3, Q4, UD13, and UE13. And we took off, let me just lift the power supply up here. If it wants to be lifted up, come on. Come on. Oh, you. There we go. So we took off chip, what was that? UD13 and UE13. So we took off the 2 chips that Bruce suggested, which were an excellent tip because under them were some disgusting corroded bits, whatever you want to call them. And I'm going to actually take a picture of this before I go any further. But now they look much better. And so I'm going to take a photo of this. There we go. And I did take some before pictures on the machine here. But we do have some minor issues. We have some video lines that are coming and going. Could be interference, could be something different. I am looking at the board just to see what else we have to do here. There were some weird audio things that we encountered. Basically, the speaker was not working. The external audio was working fine. We plugged speakers in. That worked out without a problem. Nice, loud and clear audio. But speakers, not so much. So what I'm going to do here is, oh, that's right. I was gonna boot up to System 7. So let's do that. We need some more memory here. Now I have 4 megabytes in here now. Would RAM from a Macintosh SE work? Do I have to install them in pairs of 2 or 4? I always forget. Well, let's just try 2. It's probably gonna yell at me. But you know what? We'll see. We will see. Yeah, I think all the slots have to be populated in pairs of 4. Let's see. Do I have another? These are 2 megabyte chips. I don't think that's going to help me. Yeah, pairs of 4. That's what I thought. See, I have 3 that I know are 1 megabytes, and then 1 megabytes, 1 megabyte rather, and then I have. See, I know system. Excuse me. I know system 7 needs much more RAM than system 6, especially because system 7.5 is what I have. So these are 256 each. That's not going to help. Here's another one that says a meg. I think that was the other one. Micron Technology, yeah. There's another one of these around here somewhere. That's a LC2 2 megabyte one. I don't think that liked it. I think it got mad at me when I tried to put the 2 megabytes. Well, actually, that was actually on the 2CX. The 2CI is newer. Will it take these? Well, there's only one way to find out. If it yells at me, it yells at me. So I have 4 of those. So no, wait. I do? Do I? Oopsie. Hold on. His memory dims all over the place here. I thought I had 4 of these. Did I leave the other one plugged in somewhere? Now, what's this one up here? Now that's for an IBM. Oh boy, I need to organize my memory. I had it organized. And then I started farting around with these machines again. Who's a PowerPC guy? I'm just forgetful. I used to know all this stuff. That's why I have my lovely audience here to remind me of things. All right, so we have another 1 meg here, supposedly. Yeah, I don't know if the speeds are all the same. Let's just try it. The worst that can happen is it yells at us. This should be a meg, I think. Well, again, let's try it. Give it all the megs, all of them, every single meg. Let me just move this back so you can see the monitor a bit better, because we're a little cramped in there. Oopsie. There we maybe. Come on. There. We're a little lopsided too, but that's because my fault. There we go. All right. So yeah, we'll probably hear the death chime if it doesn't like the memory configuration, but that's okay. That's why we have it plugged into the speaker. All right. So let's plug this machine in. Well, we need our keyboard again. Take these out of there. All right, let's try this again. So we're just trying with an unknown amount of memory. Probably won't work, but who knows? Okay, it chimed. So maybe we guessed our configuration correctly. Let's see which monitor will play happy here. Oh, well, the mouse isn't plugged into anything. That's why it's not going to work. Oops. Ah. I know. Don't hot swap it. Don't tell anybody. That should have booted up already. Yeah, I think something's a bit wobbly here. Let me reboot it. There's our stripes. All right. 8 megabytes. All right, cool. Let's shut that down. And let's put in our other SD card. I don't think it's the monitor. There's probably something with the video circuitry, either dust or corrosion or something. Because we don't get that on the new bus card for the video. So definitely something with this, either a shielding issue or something. It's like on and off though, so who knows. Let's see if this wants to boot. All right, there we go. Hello again. Yeah, the jail bar pattern is coming and going, so it's nothing to be too concerned about. We're gonna get into that. We're gonna try and fix that. But first, I'm putting more memory in this so I can boot up to System 7.5. And there was a reason I was gonna do that. I forgot what that reason was. Oh, I think it was for the displays. That's right. You know what? I'm going to pronounce your name Sev, because the 3 is maybe an E. That sounds like a great idea. We're going to leave that partition alone. Alright, and let's go to monitors. So we could see if... that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to share the screen here. A lot of people from Jersey look and talk like me. Is that an insult? Hey. Alright, changes take effect on restart. Let's see if it actually takes effect this time. Reboot. No, the one from last week was a Macintosh 2CX. This is a Macintosh 2CI. Same exact form factor. The 2CI is newer and faster. Oh, hey, look at that. We have our... Oh. Well, it changed already, so let's hope it actually stays on this display. Maybe? We'll see what it wants to do. Let me get my capture thing set up here. Okay. So... Get out of here. Alright, so now you are seeing what is being displayed on the Super Mac card. So no apparent messed up stuff, which is good. But what's cool is you can see what I see, basically. Alright, cool. Let's get some color here. Yes. Which display is this? This needs thousands of colors. I'll do 256 for now. Awesome. All right, let's get a colorful background here. Now the clipping at the very top, that is not the fault of the computer. That is the fault of the video scaler that likes to crop things a little bit. So you can't see the tippy top of that apple, but that is not the fault of this computer here. So yeah, running System 7.5 with 8 megabytes of memory is a bit pushing it. A bit much. No, the scaler is just not... It's not meant for 67 hertz screens. Let's just say that. It's doing the best it can considering the circumstances. Alright, let's do something a bit more System 7 here. That to me always screams System 7.1. But that's just my opinion. And look, Jay, we have the archive you sent me. So this was way back when Jay was setting, I can't speak. Jay was testing stuff at compatibility with me and sent me an archive, I believe, from Mac OS Sierra or High Sierra. Sent a compressed archive, and I was able to open it up, make a change. He was able to open up, make a change. Oh, the kittens, that's a good one. Let's change it to the kittens. It's gonna eat up more memory, but by golly, we need the kittens. Mojave, that's what it was. One of those newfangled operating systems with their dock and their protected memory. Kitten time. Meow. The system instantly is bogged down. I can't even close the window. Oh boy. We get some nice kittens on the other screen too. If I could move the mouse. We have kittens here, and the kittens aren't pixelated or anything. They're not no jail bars or anything like that. So that's good. That is very good. I don't think color sync was invented yet. All right, so yeah, I just wanted to see if we could test this this machine here, and we can. It does work. I guess we could take a look at the sound circuitry to see why that speaker isn't working. And oh, there's an echo. Sorry. I'm in space. All right, let me switch back. Hopefully nope. Sorry, I eliminated the echo. That was in this screen. Okay, so the machine works. Yay! I'm gonna shut it down. We're gonna get a better look at the audio circuitry here. See if we can see why that internal speakers is not working anymore. All right. So let's shut this machine down. And we also confirmed that this NuBus card works because we were trying to test that in our Macintosh 2CX and that just wasn't working. So, gonna shut that down. Okay. Oh yeah, those video chips are nice and toasty. Nice and toasty. Yes, that speaker does work because I tried it on the 2CX and it chimed, unless it broke between now and then. I mean, it's been rattling around on my desk, but I don't see any inherent breaking points. Here's a good question, Jay. Just for the heck of it, let me remove this first. Just for the heck of it, I will test it. Yeah, well, for the 2CX, I did take off the chips that were closest to the capacitors, but there wasn't anything that was, there was some nasty looking bits, but nothing that was breaking continuity. So, unfortunately, I think for that machine, the problem lies elsewhere. All right, let's unplug this. Let's put this back over here. I have like a spot in my neck that just feels like you need to crack it, but it's just not going. Okay, so let's take the video card out. Put that over here. I do have... Here's our Macintosh 2CX board. It looks very, very similar to the 2CI board, except there's no cache slot there, PDS slot, whatever you want to call it, whatever it is. And the chips are laid out a bit differently, and the processor is different. But if I plug the speaker in, let's unplug some of these things first. plug the speaker into this. It should chime because it was, well, it'll give us a sad Mac chimes because there's no memory or anything installed it, but alright, so that speaker does work. Alright, so that confirms that. Okay, so, oh boy, I have to move this microphone. Or I'm gonna hit it with the microscope. Okay. All right. So the speaker does work on its own. And thank you, everybody, by the way, for sticking around. I know that was a pretty long break, but I do appreciate it. And everybody who gave a super chat or just a congrats, that was very cool, too. So thank you. All right, so an area that we want to check out. Just bring this forward a little bit. There's a few areas we want to check out here. Oh boy, sorry, just trying to get cozy here. We're going to be here for a while, I reckon. Alright, let me get another drink of water. Thank you, everybody. That's very, very kind. Okay, so this chip, whatever this UA4, UA5 is, this has a little bit of green on the legs. Nothing I'm overly concerned about, but something to take note. This chip I'm more concerned about because there's more green on the legs. And it's right next to here, which I have to move this keyboard. Hold on. So much crap on my desk, I can't push the boards back. Yeah, this was the thing. This went bye-bye. One of the legs fell off, and I had to solder that to a wire. And this was fun because I didn't really have the microscope yet, I don't think. And yeah, or if I just got it, I just got the microscope. But that is directly related to like the modem port and the printer port. So that's the serial port. I don't think that's causing our sound issue there. Now here's the sound chip. We could see all sorts of green goodness on that chip. That's the right sound chip, and here's the left sound chip. Now the right sound chip looks worse, but they both have some green on them. So it would not be a bad idea to just go ahead and take both of those off there. This chip as well, because there was a big corrosive trace there. I think these are the serial controller chips. Now let's see. Let me get my multimeter here, and let's find the pinout for. Let's find where the pins go rather for that speaker at the front of the machine. Alright, so that's making the connection it should. Well, you know, if you set up an Apple Talk network and then you have a printer set up, you know, you could use the other serial port. I'm just checking here to make sure there's no bad spots here. I'm seeing where that trace goes. Let's look at that. Let's follow that trace. No worries, Claire. I appreciate you sticking around. Thank you very much for joining. And yes, I hope the luck continues again. Ciao. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so let's take a look here. Yes, I am back. All right, so here's the sound port. which was giving us no sound. This is just the speaker here. And let's follow these traces, make sure there's nothing weird happening here. So it's going to be the two, it's actually 3 of these lines. Okay, well. Well, I did redo this chip, but I didn't touch that line. Okay, and those 3 lines go under... Oops, sorry. Just dragging stuff around with me. Under the new bus slot. And those continue here. And they go to this dealie. I think it's a choke. Goes in there, out there. And it goes to this audio jack. So... Huh. Interesting. Let's check the back of that audio jack. Was it this machine? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so this machine had an issue here. Thank you very much. Yes, I did pass 3,000, and big thanks to Sean from Action Retro. He did a video. He has many more subscribers than I do. He did a video about the cursed Macintosh on Saturday. And of course gave me a big shout out because I repaired the thing, and I did a little video clip as part of that, and I got a few hundred people coming just from there. So that was a very pleasant surprise. So I thank him for that. Yeah, I have to print out a new banner because this banner here says 1,000. We still have time, so we'll maybe we could print out a new one. If everything cooperates. Yeah, he does great videos. I really enjoy them. Okay. So, what I was not able to show you, I guess I can, but it would require tilting the microscope and everything. But basically, this stereo mini jack here had some bad pins. Well, it was corroded, let's just say. So I did take this entire thing off. Because back when it wasn't booting up at all, I thought the problem may be in here. I took the entire thing apart and desoldered it off the board and put it back. And that may be causing maybe the audio why it's not going out. But, hello. Glad to see that you could join me. Thank you very much for joining. Yeah, so that, I mean, I'm a little bit more concerned about the video issue right now rather than the audio issue, because the audio I'm not too concerned about. I'm honestly not sure, guys, if we can fix that video issue right now, because I'm not really sure what's causing it. Those pinstripes seem to come and go. It could be interference. It could be something as simple as that, especially because we did fix some wires there, and they don't have any solder mask on them, but that shouldn't be the cause. However, we do have this video chip here. We have a SCSI chip next to it. Just seeing what... Basically, I'm looking at what's by the capacitors also, because that is the most concerning here. Like, here's all the areas that we reworked, and that's because these capacitors leaked. That's why there were such problems under those chips, because of the capacitor leakage there. So, thankfully, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing any corroded feet or anything like that around those areas anymore. Otherwise, I'd continue working on that area. But let's take a look at the video real quick, just to make sure we didn't miss anything. There's no broken traces or anything. Yeah, so those 3 traces, Jay, they go from the speaker jack all the way to the audio out port. So they're just 3 lines that go from that side of the board to this side of the board. And if you may recall, during one of my streams, or one of our chats, I did take that this stereo mini jack off the board because those pins were really nasty. Thank you. Yeah, I really enjoyed a lot of messing around with these retro things. So I'm glad to have company. All right, so I'm just gonna poke around here. I'm not gonna be moving this this yellow chip here. I just want to make sure, because it looks nasty. don't know if that's making a connection there. Just want to make sure that it is making a connection. I mean, a lot of people would just throw this stuff out. They wouldn't even try turning it on. They'd be like, oh, it's old. What can you do with it? Toss it out. And I understand, it's not everyone's cup of tea. I know a lot of people, Jay for one, has no love for the beige stuff. That's not what he grew up with. That's not what he's really interested in. And I get that. It's not for everybody. But for me, this is what I grew up with. This is what I was interested in. Well, I am very thankful to be kind of in that same bracket, if you may say so. That's very kind of you. Alright, so this does not seem to be making a connection there. It is. It's just crusty. Alright, that's alright. Oh, no, Jay. No. I'm glad I got my machines out of you. Out of your place. Oh, boy. Alright, so we're going to leave this big mess alone there. I'm going to look at the schematic I have and see if these chips are related to video or not. I think that would give me a clue. Where'd I put my keyboard? Here it is. I grew up in the iMac G3 era. Technically, my first computer was a Performa 5215 CD. Ah, very cool. Yeah, I mean, I grew up, the 2CX was the first computer I ever had access to. That was my father's first computer. And after that, we got a 7500 Power Mac. After that, we got a G4 AGP tower. After that was an Intel iMac. So that tower lasted a long time. So I'm just perusing some schematics here. And yeah, let's see. You know, a lot of people have different opinions of the pricing of stuff. So yeah, prices are all over the place. They're crazy. But yeah, some of the all-in-one machines are really cool. I'd love a G3 all-in-one. I've never had one. I almost got one. The guy wanted way too much for it. Not willing to spend that much on a machine of that vintage that I'm probably going to have to fix at some point or another. Alright, so let's rotate all these pages so I'm not hurting my neck further. Let's see. Rotate left. Oh, very cool. Yeah, see, I never really had access to a PC. We were, you know, computers were expensive. You had what you had. I definitely had friends who teased me for not playing games that they could play because, you know, they had PCs and everything. And I just grew up using a Mac. That's just what I had. In fact, my nickname in high school was Mac. Believe it or not, that's what it was. All right, so no, that's UC. I'm looking for UA. Let's see. So I'm just scanning the schematic here to see if I see where this chip connects to, so we could determine if it's related to anything audio or video related. Because if not, we could focus on some other areas here. Not that it doesn't need to be fixed, but okay. All right. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for there. Sorry if this is a little boring, just trying to figure some of this stuff out. Yeah, see, I missed out on all those games, Commander Keen and all that stuff. Anything that was on a Mac I played, but we didn't get a PC until the early 2000s, or the late 1990s, very late 1990s. So, yeah, I was not exposed to that. And, you know, it's sad because, like, well, kind of sad, but it's like, I wish because some of those games are awesome, but, you know, I didn't have access to them at the time. Alright, oh, this is UA4. Okay, where's UA5? UA5. Okay, so this is related to the printer. Okay, so, not too concerned with those two. That's okay. That should be okay. So, yeah, let's focus our attention on... I guess this serial chip, I don't know if I should do the serial chip or the sound chips. I never BBS'd on a Mac or anything else actually. I've heard so much about it. It's a little bit before my time. Um, I've heard so many stories about people doing it, and I honestly have the capabilities to do it with Wi-Fi and all that stuff, and these adapters these days. But yeah, I've never BBS before, and I have to do that because I've seen so many people do it. It's just one of those things you got to sit down, you got to learn, and you got to do it. And I just have not had the time to do that. I spend a lot of my spare time writing or working on videos and stuff like that. So oh, there's a break, I think. So it's just one of those things. Yep, there's some spots. Oh wow. Big Bird. That's a good name for a server. Back at my old job, they showed me a room with all the retired servers before they scrapped them. There was a bunch of X servers in there, and they had a bunch of Dells, and the Dells were named like after stormtroopers from the Star Wars Clone Wars movie and cartoon. I thought that was pretty funny. So that looks like it's connected there, but you know, obviously there was some crap happening. Yeah, look at that under there. That's all right. We're gonna take the chip off just to have an understanding. I know it's only the printer port here, but I want to print, and that'll give me a better understanding of what's going on around these chips here. So we'll take a few of them off. How about that? I do not know where the rest of my flux is. I just got it in the mail, and I misplaced the envelope already. But I think we should have enough. He says optimistically. I think we should have enough. Hopefully, maybe, to continue here for a little while. You know, I'm gonna take this one off too. At the same time, because it's set in such proximity that the amount of heat on the board would probably aid me in doing so. I'm having a real hard time getting the flux out of here. There is not a lot left. Oh, actually, it's coming out the opposite way of the canister. That's not good. But all right, we can make do with that. We can make do. I think there's enough for me to finish here, but I like my dot matrix printers. All right, so again, the heat gun is going to make a lot of noise. It's going to rattle. My apologies. That's just the way it is. You can see the solder balls forming already. Alright, nothing too horrible under there. Let's go to the sound chip next. Or the serial chip, rather. I'm gonna have to move this away. Sorry. Alright, so the soldering, the heat gun is cooling down, so that's going to make quite a noise. Sorry for the for the noise for the bit. But let's take a look at where those chips were. A lot of options for gaming these days. It was not the case in my youth. It was on one platform or it wasn't. Alright, these actually don't look too bad. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of solder balls and crud under here. And I'm going to clean this up. But honestly, these don't look too bad. I don't think this would have caused any problems. Should I take these off too? Yeah, let me just take everything off in this area. That way we could clean without worrying too much. We'll have some more space. I'm going to take this one off next. Well, that's annoying. I hate when companies do that for things. It's like, let me just play my game. Don't lock me out. I purchased the darn thing. I have to take this away, sorry. I have to reach with the heat gun here, and it's hard to do that with the huge microscope over it. Does not leave me a lot of room to play around with. Okay, sound chip has been removed. Let's take a look. Again, it looks a little funky, but it doesn't look too bad. So definitely had some yucky bits here. Some gunk. This trace is fine. This one obviously needs recoating, but nothing too bad. I mean, this is going to need a cleaning. But, yeah, I'm surprised. I thought it would be worse, but I guess that's a good thing. Alright. So let's get to cleaning here. It would help if I turned the soldering iron on, because I turned it off for a while. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, still got 22 or so of you here, however many YouTube is telling me. Again, this screen sometimes does not always tell me the truth. But we're going to go for at least another half hour here, try and clean some of this up, and see if we can resolve any of those issues, the video and the sound. Thankfully, I could always use a video card, and that's probably better because it's not stealing memory to use the video. And also, thankfully, I could plug speakers into this. So those two aren't deal breakers, but of course it'd be nice if we could fix those up, right? Okay. Okay, so let's try and clean this up, shall we? $33 watching. Oh my goodness. YouTube be lying to me. Oh no. Oh, that's a lot of flux. Oh. You don't need that much. Just a little bit. It's good to know there's that much left in the tube though. Okay. Alright. I bought a PlayStation 4 and I hardly use the darn thing. Sad but true. I liked it when it came out, when I got it in, what, 2014 or so? Played the heck out of a few games, but I do very much appreciate the PlayStation VR thing. I actually found that at a yard sale for a decent price. Kid was trying to save up for a car or something. And that, I think, is really neat. I don't have the PC that has the capability to play any VR stuff. And that Star Wars Squadron game is right up my alley as far as VR stuff goes. I hear the graphics on the PC are better, but of course that's always the case. But that's the type of stuff I enjoy. That I think is cool. But I think the naming conventions of these consoles is a little silly, especially on the Microsoft side of things. This is the Xbox One S2 3 9er, whatever. It's like, okay. If you realize a bunch of parents are going to be confused and buy the wrong thing, and then their child's going to have a hissy fit on their birthday or Christmas or whatever. Okay. Yeah, I've heard a lot about that Horizons game. I just, again, I've never had the time to put into something like that. I pick up games usually very late, like after they've already been released for a while, and their expansion editions are out or whatever, and I take time to play them over like my winter break from work or whatever. But I got other things to do too. These types of projects, non-computer projects, life. Trust me, I if eventually, and this is pie in the sky thinking here, folks. If eventually this becomes my primary source, like I make this my job and whatever, if that could ever work out, which who knows. Never say never. I would love to spend more time playing games and stuff like that, but it's hard to focus and spend and put aside time to that when I got work stuff and other stuff. Like everybody has different responsibilities and priorities. All right, so we got most of that crud off of there. It wasn't too bad considering what we saw before, but still a lot of junk, a lot of stuff we had to get off of there. What is this life you speak of? Bunny adventures, yes. The bunnies require a lot of time and love and petting and feeding and more love and more petting and ew, look at that. Ooh. Well, it doesn't look too bad. Ooh. Yuck, yuck, yuck. I mean, I realize a lot of that is the flux too, but like, nasty. Now this is definitely going to need a cleaning. That gel bar pattern on the video could certainly be like a solder ball or something. I'm seeing plenty of solder balls here, but I'm going to do my best. There's one again. I'm going to do my best to clean this up, and we'll put in the cleaner at the end of the day, or the end of the stream, or tomorrow morning, or something like that. Because this needs to be cleaned. It has been cleaned before, but obviously us messing around and blowing little solder balls all over the place has not helped the cleanliness of this board. And again, I am kind of taking a quick and dirty approach with this board because it is mine and it does have some issues. Yeah. Alright, so I'm going to take some of my wick here and just, I mean, the solder pads look shiny, but still, let's start fresh here. I like to clip the end of this off so I get more a better cleaning, a better sucking of solder there. That, however you you want to say that. Whoa! Kind of flung at me there. Good thing this microscope is in my way. And good thing I'm wearing glasses, otherwise I could have got some solder on my face. All right. I think generally most years you could say people had fun, and even if it was a horrible, terrible time in another country, probably others were prospering. Those very broad statements you could make. Anybody have any ideas for Halloween? Anybody dressing up? Anybody have their kids or nephews or relatives dressing up or anything fun like that? Your pets? Dressing up your pets? Halloween is fast approaching. I actually made a costume that I wore last year and I think the year after. If you've seen the Star Wars the film The Last Jedi, at the end of the film when Luke is on the planet Crate, you know, that red planet with the salt that looks like snow, he's in a very, what I like, what my opinion is, a very neat Jedi robe, and it's all black and everything, and I basically made a arrangement of that costume, and went as him. Well, I dressed up, and then when kids came to the door, I gave them candy. But my nieces and nephew liked the costumes too. That was what I did. There you go. That's being creative. Proper geeky costume, if I do say so myself. So yeah, half of that pad is kind of missing there, but we will clean that up a little bit. 1990, a lot of my time was probably spent playing video games. Definitely 1991 or 1992, I was playing a heck of a lot of Sonic the Hedgehog. Awesome game. Awesome system. Look how shiny everything looks now. It's all pretty. Lemony fresh. Alright, now we put too much on the board, and now we have to clean it up. Oh, that's a robot costume. Classic. Classic. Now, my grandfather made a costume, and we have a picture of it. And he was an engineer, so obviously he was a bit of a geek. Now you wonder where I get it from. And yeah, he made a robot costume. This is back in the 50s, or the 60s rather, something around then. And he basically took a piece of plywood, wired up a bunch of knobs and switches and some LED lights, or little bulbs, light bulbs rather. And he was a robot from the planet Krypton. Oh boy, fun times. Yeah, that's a fun memory. All right, so let's see if we get some of this junk off here. There we go. Want that to be a nice trace there. Might as well make this uniform here. Come on. I can never tell which part of the scalpel is touching the board, so I always get concerned that I'm going to be scraping away something I don't want to scrape away, but I know I could always fix it later, but that's not the point. Alright, that's clean enough, I think. I am back. I have returned. I've been back for about a half hour or so now. I did post on Twitter, but if you didn't follow me on that, that's probably why you didn't know. If you have a mullet, you could go as Brock Sampson from one of my favorite shows, The Venture Brothers. That's a good costume. Okay, so everything is cleaned up here. Go Team Twitter! Hey Bruce, welcome back. Alright, so we took off for Bruce. This is just for Bruce, just a recap for Bruce. We took off 2 of the serial chips, well, chips related to the serial ports. Did not find any broken traces under there, really. I mean, from the looks of it. I'll test with the multimeter. And then we took off that sound chip. And there's a bit... That leg wasn't really touching that edge. It was a little... meh. Other than that, everything looked okay. It would probably not hurt this machine to put it through the ultrasonic cleaner. Would not be surprised if that got rid of that weird video noise. But yeah, let's just test around here. Make sure everything's going where it's supposed to. Okay. It's like playing a game. Woo! Alright. Okay. Even though that looks funky, it does work. Alright. Oh, that's alright, NK Morpheus. YouTube does that to a lot of folks. That's why I do suggest if you are on Twitter, I do usually post on Twitter right before I go live. So, yeah, sorry, YouTube sometimes does not do a good job of that, which is annoying. Nothing I can do about it, unfortunately, but that's why I sort of do that on Twitter too, just in case. But what matters now is now you're here. Alright, so let's see if we could scrape off any of that stuff here. Jay, you keep saying we have 3 hours to go, but, you know, time is ticking away here. Got work in the morning. Magnification. So we're talking Halloween costumes, Jay. Jay and Bruce, what are you wearing for Halloween? We know you're dressing up because you gotta. Mac84 rules. Oh god, my back is hurting from like hunching over at this desk looking through this microscope. 3 hours, let alone 3 minutes, is gonna be a stretch. That is a mental image I did not need to have. Thank you, Jay. Greatly appreciated, buddy. I'm curious if that's a break, or if it's just gunk. Just gunk, I guess. Alright. Cool. Sounds like fun. Alright, so now that we clean those areas, let's clean those chips here. That was kind of a complete sentence. Kind of. All right, this one actually looks perfect. Ew. Well, if you don't look at the don't look at the sides. If, if you don't look at the sides, it looks fine. Ew. All right, that'll be last. Again, this one's not too bad. This one's, I hate these ones because like crud gets in there and it's really hard to, well, you can't see, really hard to get a tool in there. Ah, poo. I dropped a chip and I think it fell in here. Yes, it did. At least I found it. All right, let me get my tweezers. Alright, good. Crisis averted. Oi, my back. Oi. Oi. Yeah, I mean, these could all use some cleaning up. So let's do it. Ugh. Again, that feeling that you want to crack your neck, but it just won't. Lovely. And again, we are running dangerously low on flux and using what we got. Okay. Oh, wait. Let me just check something on my phone real quick. Apple tells me I need to update my Apple Watch for the 1 billionth time. Okay. YouTube says there are 0 people watching. I know that's a lie. Ah. Oh, YouTube. Why you be so silly? Let's refresh the page. Still says 0 people, but I know you guys are in the chat, so. Yeah. Extreme recapping! Take it to the extreme! Extreme! Gonna put some happy little capacitors over here. Make it all pretty. Oh wait, that's not extreme. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Is that an Android? No, I have an iPhone 8. It just has a fancy case on it. It's not a fancy case at all. It's a $6 case from monoprice.com. But other people have asked me, what type of phone do you have? Because the case is black and the phone is black. So it kind of just like amalgamates into just one object. And I like it. It's a cheap case. I've dropped my phone probably over 100 times. Has not damaged the device. Protected it very well. I think I'm on my 3rd or 4th case because the case is cracked, but I bought them like 2 at a time because I knew, based on my iPhone 6, which I only bought 2 or 3 cases for $6 each. Cases ain't bad. They've lasted me many, many years. Yeah, this is a, what is that, 256? I bought the big model because I'm like, I'm going to use this for a few years, and that was what, 2017? So I'm still getting use out of it. Now it is a bit buggy. I will say that. Right now, I mean, that might just be because I had to restore it or whatever, but I don't know. Alright, so we're just getting some of the crud between the legs here off. Old solder and all that fun stuff. Yeah, my 8 will sometimes just freeze. Yeah, it's weird. But I'm sort of in the boat of, buying more storage. I mean, I plan to get an iPad, one of the new iPads. I think I'm going to get the iPad Air. The iPad Pro, I like the idea of it, but if you're comparing apples to apples, the iPad Pro gives you some different cameras. So let's say, I'm looking at the middle of the range iPad Air and the iPad Pro. So it's like about $900 either way you slice it. But it's like there's $130 price difference or so on the iPad Pro versus the iPad Air that I want. And basically it comes down to the refresh rate of the screen. And for me it comes down to Touch ID. I don't necessarily know if I want to use Face ID all the time on the iPad just to unlock the darn thing. Touch ID is fine with me. Really. And so if I'd be spending more on the iPad Pro, I'd get a LiDAR scanner, which I probably wouldn't use. I'd get a front-facing camera so I could do emojis, which honestly that'll be fun with my nieces and nephews, but if I get a new phone, I will probably have that on it. And then, with you get the True Motion display or whatever, it's faster hertz or whatever. I mean, yeah, I guess that's kind of cool, but I don't know if I need that for my purposes. I want to use it as a drawing tablet, basically. I want to be able to sketch out ideas, airdrop over them to Final Cut Pro, and just, put them into place in an iMovie as Final Cut Pro timeline, something like that. But yeah, and the thing is, if the iPad Pro had Touch ID also, if it had Touch ID in addition to Face ID, I would honestly probably just buy it. I'd buy that one. Now, this is a guy who also has an iPad 1 from 2009 and an iPad mini from, 2012, 2013. This machine is going to last me a long time. So that's why I'm sort of splitting hairs here about which one I want to get. The Pro will probably be supported probably a year after the iPad Air is. Just because it's a Pro. But also the iPad Air processor ain't too shabby either. So who knows? Who knows? Oh, cool. All right. Thank you. The Plus mod? What do you mean? I forgot what machine you were talking about. I'm sorry. A lot of people were talking about machines. If you want to expand on that, let me know. If not, I'll read your message, I'm sure. But yeah, iPads, man, they're cool. Yeah, you know what? I selected not to update my iPad mini because I still had 32-bit apps that I would not be able to use otherwise. So I decided not to upgrade it. So I think it's stuck on iOS 9. But it's fine because I use that for some legacy apps. And I have my grandma's. We got my grandma a new iPad for her birthday. Because she's 101. You gotta get her a good gift. And so we got her a new iPad. And I had previously purchased an iPad for her. I didn't even have a decent iPad at the time. But I got her as a gift. I found a good deal It was like $200 or whatever. It was an iPad 4. And that lasted her years. I mean, she loved the thing. She watches movies on it, listens to audiobooks and everything like that. And it still works. It's just old, and the software and the apps can't be updated to the latest stuff. But most things still support it. It runs out of memory and it crashes every once in a while, and it's frustrating to her. But I don't think they've had any problems with the new one, which is good. This chip is taking a while. Sorry, guys. Not the most exciting thing to look at, I know, but I know you're still watching, so I do appreciate it. All right. Yes, congrats to Grandma. Grandma and I share a birthday, along with my twin brother. Yes, I have a twin. No, we do not look alike. We do not look alike, I promise. All right, time to scrub this this chip a little bit. Yeah, I mean that's the one thing I really don't like about the iPads is currently, even if you're a developer, no excuses, you cannot reinstall old iPad software after Apple has stopped signing it. Which I think is just gosh darn ridiculous. I mean, I get not letting the masses do it, security features, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, if I'm a registered developer, which I am, you know, let me put an old version of iOS on a piece of hardware so I could test with it. Or I could play old software or games that I purchased on the darn thing that don't work anymore. You know, come on. Don't be silly. That's like one of my biggest gripes with iOS. And that's not too many gripes, but all right. So this chip is now ready to be put back on, I think. Let's see. Yeah. Oh. There, we're done. There we go. Just drop it into place. Oh, that would be fun if that was that easy, but it's not. And I could hear the bunny scratching on the ceiling. So if you hear any weird noises, that's the bunny. She liked doing that. That's her thing. Scratchity, scratchity, scratch. All right, I'm gonna go upstairs and use the facilities and grab myself some cold water because I finished my water. I will be back in a moment. Yeah. Be back in like 60 seconds. There's a lot to catch up on. Everyone, catch him up in the chat, please. Thank you. Be right back in a minute. Okay. Sorry about that. I was upstairs and said, oh, you know what? Some peanuts are good, so I just had some few peanuts. All right. Ah, caviar, yes. I squealed like a girl because it was so exciting. They look very cute, too. All right, so I'm probably, just heads up, I'm probably going to go for the maximum until 1:30 a.m. So that's another half hour. What is the current price of an Apple 2GS 3.5-inch floppy drive? I don't know. I would say $40 is probably a decent price for one. Don't forget that they also made them for the Macintosh Plus. They are not rare. They made tons of those things. I'd say $50 is probably a good price, because you have to think of it, for $100-something you get a floppy emu, or floppy emu, however you want to say it, which will do everything that does plus everything else. So yeah, I wouldn't overspend on that. Plus, you know, unless it's confirmed that it's been cleaned and everything, you might have to spend some time to get that working. Honestly, anything under $30 is great, but again, just my opinions there. But hopefully you can find a good deal. I am working on a price guide. It's gonna take me a while to get it in a place where it's gonna have some good examples and stuff. But I'm excited for that because, you know, I think it would help the community and help people from being gouged on this stuff. Because that ain't fun. That's a lot of flux. That is a lot of flux. We're going to share that. Yeah, I always see people saying emu, but I know that's the bird. I know emu is emulation, so. I am no stranger to emulation. Trust me. But I also am horrible at pronouncing things correctly. You ever watch one of my scripted videos? There's like probably 80,000 different cuts in Final Cut Pro of me splicing in the audio so I'm saying the right thing. But that's just because I'm a little special. Alright, so that looks to be in a good spot. Emu. Oh, let's not get into Bondi and Bondi again. We'll wake Jay up. Jay is rushing over to his desk to slam his fist on the keyboard. It's Bondi. But I loved the example Bruce gave, where he says, well, you know, it was named after the beach in Australia, and if you went there and you asked somebody, like a taxi cab or somebody, to bring you to the beach, and you said Bondi, they really wouldn't know what the heck you're talking about. But if you say Bondi, then they'll take you there. So that was I was, yeah, I'm paraphrasing there, obviously, but makes sense. Exactly. Go see how Steve Jobs pronounced it when he introduced it. And that's the way it's supposed to be pronounced. No argument here. I was corrected once. That's all I need. And the billions of comments, well, not billions, but dozens of comments I got on my YouTube video. It's actually pronounced this. And I'm like, all right, you win. All right, so next chip is this chunky guy to fix here. Christopher, I don't speak that. I apologize. All right. The mental image of a floppy as a bird. Floppy bird. Flappy bird. All right. I mean, yeah, this one doesn't look too bad. It's just there's... Let me just see if I can just scrape this off. Yeah, just some crud on the sides, really. Nothing really at the bottom. That's what I hate about these, cleaning out the bottoms. Ugh. Everything looked good there. Time to scrub that one up. Scrub dub dub. Bandai of Japan. Okay. You're talking about the Apple Pippin? It was a Macintosh clone. It was. Japan is a fun place. I would go back in a heartbeat. I've been there. I've been lucky enough to go there twice. Once in 2015 and once last year. What a great place. There's so much to do there. Yeah, it's a bunch of fun. Highly recommend it. And if you do go, get the tourist JR pass there. Go anywhere by train. Very cool. Yes, I know the Pippin was made by Bandai. Ah, the toy. Yes, yes. All right. I'm very familiar with Bandai. All right. Let's see. What position does this chip go on? Yep, there you go. It has that little mark there. So go boop, just like that. Just like that. Alright, we got weird hair on there. That's alright. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, looks alright. Looks okay to me. See if we get enough flux out of the tube there. We got a hair also. Bonus hair. Get that out of there. Yeah, wasn't Saban the Power Rangers company, or was that Bandai? I always forget. One made the toys, and one maybe I don't know. It's been since the 90s, folks. All right, boop. All right, we're done. It connected. Yay! All right. Get a swig of water here. That's right. Saban was the localized company. Yes, yes, yes. Now it's all making sense. I knew there was a correlation between them. Thank you for explaining. Oh, trust me. Me and my brothers, we will watch the heck out of that show. I still have some of the VHS tapes somewhere, I'm sure. Played with the toys. I mean, looking back now, it's all very silly, but man, that was the show. I remember the O.J. Simpson trial was like taking over some of the show, and we were like, no, how could you do that? You're supposed to watch what the Green Ranger's debut or whatever the heck. Fun times. Fun times. Yeah, some of the desire to have some of those Power Ranger toys, man. I remember finding one in the thrift store like 8 years ago and kind of being like, I kind of want it. I should have left it alone. It was in a good spot. No, it moved. No. This is going to be a hard chip to do. Because it seems like all the solder just wants to do is go up the legs. Oh, this is going to be fun. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yep, we're going to... Oh, we need the wick! Medic! Medic! I probably still didn't get it all, but... Hey, that's totally cool, man. No shaming here. I was just reminiscing when we were kids and obsessed with that show. Those shows, I know it's like a whole it's a whole thing now. Let me just it's probably actually better if I do this up close because I could actually see what I'm doing here. Okay, yeah, that was definitely one of the chips where you have to sort of do it at an angle. And also, I had a huge tail of solder sticking up there. I just couldn't see because of the angle I was at. All right, let's do a multimeter test. Beepity beep beep machine. Oh, no. Let's not break it, please. Okay. Oh, yeah, look at all those solder balls and fun stuff that these Q-tips are just picking up as part of this flux. Yeah, that's a pretty big solder joint over there, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Alright, so now it's time for this guy. Last chip here. This is the right channel sound chip. Gotta clean this up a bit, probably. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hello, Tech and Music. I said I would go to 130 and, oh, geez. How the heck did that happen? I got a solder splash right on my forehead. That was at least a 2-foot thing. Jeez. Ow. Ow. I angered the solder gods. I said I was gonna go home and go to bed or whatever, and it got angry at me. It got angry. Oh, your 2FX has tantalum capsule. There you go. That makes it easier. Yeah, I mean, good luck with that. Hopefully it's a simple job. That'll be nice. Nice for a change. Alright, let's Try this. Alright, just getting solder wick in here, trying to get off some of the stuff that shouldn't be on there, all the extra crud and junk. Really should be doing the side of this thing too, shouldn't I? Pick the thing up first. There we go. That's half the battle. No! Just trying to get this crud off as much as possible here. Now we're gonna clean it. Scrapey, scrapey. Just use my darn finger. My fingernail is going to be so clean after this. Steve, how do you get your fingernails so clean? Well, I use 99% alcohol. Wow. Buy it today at your local pharmacy. Oh wait, you can't. Looks pretty clean to me. Oh boy. Alright, so this will probably be the end here as we start to wrap up. Going to be putting this chip back on the board. And probably wouldn't resolve anything right away, but worth a shot. Actually take some flux here. And just try and get some solder to stick to that area. Well, not like that. Ugh. We need more flux, Captain. This is not the tool to apply flux, but that's what I got right now, so. What a difference it makes. think that's the best we're going to get. All right. Flux on, flux off. Flux on, flux off. Oh, talk about dad jokes. Ouch. All right. I don't know how many people are watching because YouTube is telling me 34. That might be right. That might be wrong. Who knows? All right. So let's get this chip back on here. Where'd I put it? There it is. Where did I put the chip? Okay. Thankfully, there's a notch on the board. That signifies where that's supposed to go. And we're done. We just plop it on there. Bob's your uncle. All right. Let's center this here. Now, tweezers are probably the best tool to use for that. I don't know what the heck I was thinking. Well, that chip's a little lopsided. Oh, I didn't put that chip back on either. Wait. No. Oh, that's... I got confused looking at the sound chips. Alright. Here's the one for all the marbles. Ooh, that's some yucky solder that got on there. Oh boy. Where's me solder wick? I hate when that happens. It's all shiny and then this gunk gets on there. He played show your phone. Show your phone. Alright, let's try that again. Alright, now to check my work because that doesn't look too excellent. But eat! What was your URL? My URL is mac84.net. Mac84.net. My email is mac84tv@gmail.com if you have to email me for some reason. And my Twitter is mac84tv. Same with my Instagram. So that is how to contact me. If you want to send me something or you're curious about a repair or something like that. If you are curious about my repair, I have to get a short URL for this, but if you go to mac84.net, you click on the modern button that comes up, then you click on the services link in that first paragraph you read. That'll bring you to a page where you could fill out a form if you're interested in a particular service. There we go. Okay. May not be the prettiest, but it does work. Well, we'll see. Oh boy. That monkey's going to pay. So just getting some of the blobs of flux out of here. Not that it will do us any harm, but all right. All right, all right. So, whoop, I knocked into the microphone. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Hold please. Sorry about that. The microscope hit the microphone. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to power this up again. I'm not really going to expect much to change because everything looked pretty good under those chips. But what I will be doing at a later point in time is we will be putting this board through the ultrasonic cleaner and trying to clean up some of those issues. Maybe I think the video issue might be some solder debris or some crud under a chip there. That sound issue may just be the sound jack here, because it was corroded when I did clean that up. It may be in a permanent state where it thinks something is connected to the sound jack. So, and that doesn't look too clean under there. I could have done a better job cleaning that up, I'm sure. So that might be actually, yeah. Hold on, let's fix that. Let's fix that real quick because that looks fairly simple. Hold on a second. Let's see if we could fix that up here. Because now that I have the microscope here, the microscopy, I see that center pin there isn't like, I mean, this doesn't, none of this looks ideal, and I can see that's not even touching there. So yeah, we got. Let's fix it. Come on, man. What the heck? Don't worry, Jay. I found something else to mess with. Yeah, that's bad, Clay. That is ooh, yeah, that's not good. That should be going here, and it ain't. It definitely is not. Oh boy, yeah, and this is not touching anything. That's no wonder we got no sound. I was ready to put a fork in it. I turned my soldering iron off and everything. I have no idea what that trace is for, but it's probably related to it detecting if the speaker is plugged in. We will figure it out together. My fingers are all sticky from the flex. Okay, everything looks, well, this could use some more solder, actually. Come on. There we go. And then this needs to connect to that. Alright. Select our gauge of wire. That's too big. Well, that will do. Let's scrape some of that away here so we have something to touch. I guess we could also just touch that too, but let's touch to there too, just to make a nice strong connection there. There we go. The board keeps moving. That's probably not a good idea. Come on, come on, come on. Alright, I have to fix this. I know it looks like crap. Hold on. Alright, let's adjust this here. That's not going to cut it. We got quality standards to adhere to, man. Game over. Game over, man. I think that could use some fresh solder in there. It's all yucky and yuck. Okay. I don't think that looks too bad. It needs to be cleaned up a little bit, but that would certainly potentially explain why maybe our speaker wasn't working. Ugh, yeah, we had tons of gunk in here too. Eek. Where'd our toothbrush go? There it is. That I think deserves a bit of scrubbing. It's so beautiful. Thank you. That was the twisting around there at the end. That was pure improvisation. I mean, no, I meant to do that. That's perfect. I mean, it's not adhering exactly to all the spots I wanted it to, but it's making a connection. And since this is my own board, I could always clean it up in the future. But all right, neat. Yes, this board has been through so much. It deserves an excellent staycation in a spa and an ultrasonic cleaner near it. Is that a break there? Oh boy, let's test that. Nope, that's all right. All right, and that's soldered down where it has to be. Yep. All right, cool. Okay, let's test it. You ready, guys? By golly, are you ready? Let's not hit the microphone again. Okay. Oh, I am excited not to look through this thing for the next while. Words can't word do no more. Okay. Oh boy. Oh, You guys ready to turn this thing on? Because I am. Left that monitor on the whole time. Oopsies. Goes my electric bill goes up. All right, how many people we still got watching? Because my count is went bye-bye again. I'm gonna switch the SD card to System 6 just because it boots up so much quicker. Okay, and we'll plug in a keyboard. I will put this mouse and keyboard on my lap here. 33, oh my goodness. 30-something people. Thank you very much for your patience. All right. So we got memory installed in here. We have our speaker that we're going to pop back in. I'm not plugging in the audio cable. I want to see if this speaker works. And get our power supply back up here. Wrong power supply. Where'd the right one go? There it is. Ah! 31 and a half. That one guy fell asleep. I know what I could use as a thing. There we go. Perfect. All right, guys. Let's see if we get anything different here. Alright, still no chime. Alright, we do get video. We do get a cursor, so that's good. Yeah, like I said, that audio jack was very funky. So who knows if something is still screwed up there. Oh, it would help if the SCSI cable was plugged in, Steven. That would help a bunch. That would help a load. Let's put a PRAM battery in it, just for the heck of it. Yes, this board has a big date with the ultrasonic. Now I'm noticing a glow here on the monitor, even when there was no signal. But I think that's maybe because the brightness was turned up. But welcome to Macintosh, baby. Oh man, that is so fast. It is insane. Got 8 megabytes of memory. Yep, no sound alone, but if I plug in the sound cable, hopefully we still have sound via the sound cable. Yep. Alright, so let's restart. I don't want to jinx it, but I haven't seen the weird video lines come back yet. But then again, that only happened once the machine was on for a while. So who knows? $256 colors. Magical, beautiful colors. How do you set the desktop pattern again? It's like you click a weird area. There we go. Orange. Up there come the lines. We jinxed it. We jinxed it. Oh no. Those lines are very angry at us. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. Yeah, let's see what's I'm sorry, the refresh rate is gonna blink like crazy, but now it's okay again. Yeah, I don't know, there's something that's bad, and yeah, this needs to be cleaned. Very, very thoroughly a cleaning is required, but this is what our machine looks like so far. I'm wearing shorts. Those are just my knees, I assure you. Yeah, so we have a whopping 8 megabytes of memory in this thing. And this is the majority of the starter work we did is covered by the power supply. But yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with this so far. We went from a machine that did not show any signs of power, no power light, no chime, no nothing. Now we just have some garbled video occasionally, and which seems to come and go. And we have audio on the speaker that is not 100% working, unfortunately. But we can shut this down. We could boot it up, which is very exciting to me. Whoa! Okay. Not happy there. We were getting some weirdness there. The program running while it boots is a RAM disk utility. Let's see if something weird comes up on the screen again. I wonder if I turn it off via the button, if that helps. Let's turn it off, turn it back on. Yeah, something's a bit funky. Well, that's a great way to end the stream. Thanks, 2CI. Yeah, this thing needs a good cleaning. There's probably a little solder ball or a half dozen of them floating around there. But, the Macintosh gods are angered from all they're celebrating. Alright, well, that is going to be it for today for this little Macintosh. I am quite happy with the progress we have made. We are not out of the woods yet, as you can see. But, we do need to put this through the ultrasonic cleaner, because this thing is filthy, as we saw. That's definitely what we're going to do with this next. If we get the power supply off, that would be cool. There we go. Alright, so, yes, thank you everybody for watching. Appreciate it. The speaker is good. Yes, we tested it in the 2CX, which doesn't do anything but boot with the speaker. So, that was good. But yeah, I mean, look, it's getting on past 1:30. I have work in the morning, so I have to go straight to bed. And I'm gonna wake up tired anyway. I wonder why. Yeah, but hey, I'm quite satisfied with this. We came in with a computer that didn't want to work at all, and who knows? Maybe the battery is dead. Maybe that's why it was being upset, because I did put that in. But I'm quite satisfied with how this turned out so far. We do have some more work we got to do. We will clean it. That will be something I do off camera, because the cleaner just makes a bunch of noise, and that's not very fun. But I want to thank everybody for all the super chats. That was very cool of you guys. I greatly appreciate it. And yeah, that's it's been fun. I am going to be on the Mac84 show tomorrow. That's tomorrow at 8 p.m. or October 22nd at 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm part of the Mac84 podcast group, so stick around then if you want to come join us. We reached 1,000 subscribers, but if you want to pile on to that, please do. You're more than welcome to do so. And the more the merrier. It's always fun. But I'm going to sign off for now. Thank you to all my Patreon supporters. Thank you for following me here on YouTube. And if you subscribe, that's great. Please do if you don't. And if you follow me on Instagram and Twitter, that is awesome too. But we've been going for a while now. I don't even know how long. For, oh my goodness, 6 hours and 23 minutes. Well, a good 40 minutes of that was a break. But, all right. Take care, guys. See you later. Stay safe. Stay awesome. And I'll see you next time right here on